Okay. So today is June the 23rd of 2020, and I'm pleased to be joined by my colleagues on council, a number of staff members, and anybody else who may be with us. You know, we've had a number, even during COVID, we've had some big issues come to council, and we've got another one coming today, and I think we're all excited about that. So I want to welcome Jerry Blackwood. Jerry, show yourself on the screen. You are the acting CAO. You there?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Let's see it. Where are you at? Are you in the CAO's office or your own?
No, I'm in my office in the Dartmouth Ferry Terminal.
Awesome. Well, you're on a good side of the harbor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jerry, for all the work you've done through COVID. I know that having been on the calls that you and your team have stepped up an awful lot. So thank you for the leadership that you provide to the municipality, and we're excited to have you with us today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that.
All right, let's see who's with us on council. Let's do our normal routine. Councillor Stretch, are you with us yet?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Stretch is just having an IT issue. We are assisting.
Okay. Councillor Hensby, you're with us. Tell us where you are.
I'm here reporting live from the parking lot of Auburn Drive High School, saying congratulations to the grads as they're going in for their moment on the stage to get their certificate. So this is day 2 of the graduation ceremonies here at Auburn. Councillor Nickel was with me here this morning, and we had a nice conversation with a few of the students as they're coming and going. So congrats to the class of 2020 today. And this afternoon, I'll be down in Muscatawbet Harbor around 3:30, and Sheet Harbor tonight at 7. So that's the high school graduation schedule for today.
All right. And you'll be driving your roving mobile sign, right?
Well, I'll be taking the balloons down in between destinations, yes.
I hope so.
Awesome. Councillor Karsten.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here in my home office on District 3. Nothing really exciting to report. I have no balloons in my office today or any streamers, but certainly do want to wish all of the graduating students, Mr. Mayor, a safe and fun-filled summer, and congratulations on your graduation. Certainly also, because I don't think we meet again until then, Canada Day coming up, so certainly wish everybody a happy Canada Day. That's it from District 3. Over to roving Mike Savage.
Thank you very much, sir. Councillor Nickel, looking quite resplendent. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Hello, everyone. And from District 4, where, yes, I would join Councillor Hensby in wishing congratulations to all the graduates from Auburn Drive High School. Tomorrow, Cole Harbour District High will be doing the same thing. It is an unusual year for our students, so for the community to come out and actually, give their support and wish them well in the future is certainly appreciated. At least it was. But like you said, Councillor Hensby does have his traveling phone booth for them, or the Photoshop opportunity for them with the big bubbles and that. So it's a good election campaign, I guess.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini, are you with us yet?
I am, Mr. Mayor. Is Councillor Austin ahead of me, though, sir?
Oh, I already knocked him off the list. Sorry. Councillor Austin, thank you. Yes. Let's go back to Councillor Austin. I think I missed you. Sorry, Sam.
That's okay, Mr. Mayor. All is well in here in District 5. I'll just send best wishes to all the Dartmouth High grads who, it's quite the season. It's a convoluted time, but it's always good to know that, when in doubt, Councillor Hensby and his balloons are always at hand.
Indeed, thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's quite all right to interchange Sam and I. Our districts are very close and we overlap all the time, so it's a non-issue for us. And hello to you and everybody, my colleagues and everybody watching at home. I see Councillor Nickel looking very attractive as always, respectfully with her bow tie. So I brought my bow tie out very quickly so that I could also, the two people from Richmond County could have our bow ties on at the same time. So, can you see it?
Awesome. Councillor Mason, welcome back.
Hello, Mr. Mayor from District 7. I'd like to thank my parents for going to their cottage so I could socially isolate here, self-isolate after picking up my daughter in Montreal last week. I too would be wearing a bow tie had we gotten a memo. Mine are at my house, so I can't go get one right now, but maybe next week. And it's great to be back, certainly here in Halifax. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here in beautiful District 8, sunny. I wish I had a bow tie. I love the bow tie polka dots, Councilor Nichols. So shout out to you. Also, big shout out to all the graduates. I'm really missing sitting on the stage and just visiting the schools and seeing all the students walk across the stage and you know, take pictures of them and see their families all really happy. It's a different time, but we still celebrate and really happy that schools have been able to figure out a way to still make it a celebration in our pandemic. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congrats to all the students.
Indeed, thank you. It's nothing like sweltering at the Sportsplex for 5 or 6 graduations over 2 or 3 days. Anybody else done that one? Awesome to see the families. Councillor Cleary.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. And, you know, to echo what everyone's saying, congratulations to all the grads. I remember my son graduated high school just a couple years ago. Our congratulations was followed up by, now get out of the house already. You know, not that I want all those grads to leave, but a special shout out to a couple from Citadel, Patrick Andreu, Sophia Wedderburn, lots of others, and all the kids who went to my wife's preschool at Maple Tree Montessori, and lots of them graduating this year. I thought when Councillor Hensby started, I'm pretty sure he was going to follow up with, as God is my witness, I thought they could fly. That's where I thought he was going with that. But anyway, welcome from District 9. Let's have a great meeting.
That's a WKRP reference, I think, Councillor Cleary.
It was a Thanksgiving favorite of mine.
Indeed. Yeah, watch out for the turkeys. Councillor Walker, I don't think Councillor Walker is with us yet, Laura, or? No. Okay. Councillor Adams.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm here at City Hall in a very dark office. I have no idea why it's so dark here. I saw Councillor Mancini's bow tie, and I figure if my great aunt Ethel, I find her apron, I could probably make a couple more just like it. So, and congratulations to all those at JL Ilsley and all the high schools. JL's graduation is going to occur over the next couple of days, Thursday, Friday, and I appreciate what you said about the Sportsplex. I felt like a Big Mac sitting under a heat lamp at the stage at JL. So this year is going to be a little less uncomfortable, if you will, and I'll be down to wish the students well. It's a great time, and some students don't understand the significance of high school graduation until maybe sometime later on, but congratulations to everybody.
Indeed. Councillor Zarowski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm sitting here in the District 12 climate change bunker, getting ready for the climate change fallout. I'd also like to congratulate all the grads in District 12, all our high schools, all our grade schools. And I hope everybody enjoyed the summer heat wave that we had before summer. One of the first that I've seen, and of course the summer solstice, which started on Saturday at 6:43 in the evening. So we've had our first heat wave, and we're now having our first official council meeting of the summer, and I'm looking forward to turning up the heat.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitman.
Good afternoon, Mayor Savage and colleagues and residents. Congratulations to graduates at Sir John A. and CP Allen and all grads across HRM. And happy Canada Day to everybody in all 16 districts.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Hello, everybody. Greetings from the Beaverbank bunker, and I want to say congratulations to our class of 2020 graduates in the district. I'm very pleased to represent students who go to Millwood High, Sackville High, and Lockview High, and also want to send my congratulations to new grandpa Steve Stretch.
Awesome. We'll hear from him in a second. Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I would like to echo my colleagues' congratulations of all of the students of 2020. This is going to be a different graduation and a different Canada Day, and here in Sackville, it's going to be a different kind of Patriot Days. We can't get together as we normally have. So here in Sackville, we're doing something different, and we have a drive-in show on the nights of June 27 and 28 and 29 and 30. And you can visit patriotdays.ca for more information. The movies that we're going to be showing are Frozen 2 and Rogue One and The Lion King and Charlie's Angels. So again, visit patriotdays.ca and hope to see you at the movies.
Thank you. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, I want to start by congratulating the graduates of CPA beginning this afternoon. 501, class of 501 this year. And I kind of chuckle because my daughters are all excited. They're driving to Pugwash today to see a friend of theirs graduate in their class of 21. So I can tell you things are alive and well and growing in HRM with graduation classes that size. Like Councillor Russell said, Bedford Days is going to be a little bit different this year, but we've got lots of camera crews out there filming some exciting entertainment and some beautiful scenes around Bedford that'll be shared as part of Canada Day and Bedford Days this year. So it's a very different year, but we're here, we're well, and we're looking forward to better days ahead. Graduates will also see that Councillor, well, I thought Councillor Russell was going to mention that nice sign behind him congratulating the graduates in Sackville, but we've done the same thing in Bedford. I partnered with MLA Regan and MP Regan, and the graduates will be seeing some signs going up today congratulating them on their success at CPA and wishing them in the future. So, thank you, Mayor, and look forward to today's meeting.
All right, thank you. I did a video the other day for Bedford Days, so I know that something's going on out there, Councillor Outfit, and I know that you were involved in that.
I knew secretly you were always a Bedford boy.
Yep, indeed. Grandpa, Councillor Stretch, I understand you're with us.
I'm here, Your Worship, and my apologies. I had a little difficulty logging in, but glad to be here. And once again, representing District 1, Waverly Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley. And to the Deputy Mayor's point, yes, not only do I want to congratulate all the graduates at Longview High and Musquodoboit Rural High, but very pleased and thank you for the kind words with the arrival of our newest addition to the family, new granddaughter Marley. So very happy and proud to be here today. Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations to the whole family. And that means in about 7 years, you'll have somebody else who can help you with those IT problems that you can't figure out yourself.
That's right. That's exactly right. And I can't wait.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. So everybody's mentioned the graduation. Let me just also congratulate everybody who's leaving high school and going on to other things. It has been a different year for sure, but you know, there's also been some good that's come out of this and some real interesting community spirit. Councillor Mancini may have seen Avenue de Portage in the last day or so, which leads to the École Carrefour in Dartmouth, and just about every house has got purple balloons and signs and everything welcoming the graduates. So people have found creative ways to show community spirit, and I want to congratulate people who've organized things like that. Councillor Hensby, I think you had somebody you would like us to remember today.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. 2 weeks ago, June the 9th, during a council meeting, I learned that we had the passing of Mr. Jerry Kelly. He was the Halifax County Municipal Clerk. He had that position for 34 years. And he never missed a day. He has perfect attendance while being a civil servant for the County of Halifax. And I just want to acknowledge Mr. Kelly. I have a picture in my office of him and I when the day I got sworn in. It was one of those pictures that appeared in the front page of the Daily News. So I made sure I had that kept for a keepsake and just remember Mr. Kelly fondly. I just want to acknowledge his passing and his service to the municipality.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. And we offer the very best to Mr. Kelly's family. Folks, I hope you've all gone through the minutes that we're going to approve as carefully and closely as I did. I did notice a comma that was out of place, but I can't remember which one of the meetings it was, so I'm going to let it go for now. But does somebody want to move the approval of that set of minutes?
Councillor Nichol moves the approval of the minutes.
Second.
Councillor Russell seconds.
Moved by Councillor Nichol, seconded by Councillor Russell. Any discussion on it? I think we can just take ourselves off mute. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are approved. The order of business, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if we might be able to move 9.1.7. And I do believe it's been confirmed that 9.1.8 is not going to be on the agenda. So it's just 9.1.7 I'd like to move up before we get to Halifax 2050, just in the respect of staff's time.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? Anybody not
Sure.
okay with it? Okay, that 9.1.7 will be moved up. And as has been mentioned, 9.1.8 is not ready and will come at the next following meeting. Cheryl or Laura, I think.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
So 9.1.8 will not be heard today. 9.1.7 will be moved ahead of 9.1.6. Anybody else on the order of business? So Deputy
Mayor
Mayor,
Savage?
Councillor Whitman?
Just on the consent agenda, is that appropriate?
I'll come to you right as soon as we finish the approval. I'll come to you on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor, do you want to move the order of business as amended?
I shall move it as amended.
Second.
Councillor Nichol seconds.
Seconded by Councillor, was it Nichol? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have an order of business. On the consent agenda, Councillor Hensby has already made, I'll go to Councillor Whitman. Councillor Hensby has asked that 9.1.3 come off the consent agenda, so that'll be done.
I'll change that, Mr. Mayor. I didn't know I'm going to leave it there. It's just an approval of the Eastern Shore agreement for the rink, so I'll leave it on the agenda.
So it'll stay on the consent. Councillor Whitman?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. 911 and 915, please.
911 and 915 will come off the consent agenda. Does somebody want to move the consent agenda, which then consists of 9.1.3?
Moved, Whitman.
Moved by Councillor Whitman, second.
Second it.
Councillor Hensby. We need to vote on this by our normal way.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Carsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outgate.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, so the motion is carried. 9.1.3, which is the Eastern Shore Recreation Commission Facility Operating Agreement, is deemed passed by consent. Calls for declaration, conflict of interest. Consideration of deferred business from June the 9th, and this is Councillor Austin on the cart-based garbage and recycling collection. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go ahead and read the motion that I have on this. I move that Halifax Regional Council request the Chief Administrative Officer develop terms of reference for a solid waste strategy review and to include transitioning the garbage and recycling programs to a cart-based collection program in the review pending a decision from the province of Nova Scotia on the status of future legislation with respect to the municipal recycling program and extended producer responsibility.
Second that, Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, and especially thank you for allowing me to defer this from our last meeting. It gave me the chance to have a proper conversation with our waste staff. And so the motion that I've just put forward here today, it comes from the report and it comes from conversations with them as to what would work in terms of how we should think about this. We've certainly heard a lot of feedback from the public. I know my inbox is, there have been a couple notes on this one. And when we think about carts, there's some pros and cons. The obvious pros are no plastic bags anymore, especially on the recycling stream. Makes it harder for animals to tear into things because you know, the crows and the raccoons can have much fun with the bags. There's less litter because the winds that we get are not as likely to send the carts moving around the community the way the blue bags sometimes move. And there's efficiencies for the haulers. It's generally a lot simpler to collect the carts than it is to collect the bags. And there's less risk to all the people involved in doing that work. Being a garbage collector can be a rather hazardous position at times. There's things that can be in the trash that can hurt people. And if they're just dumping the carts, you eliminate a whole lot of contact with the bags. So there's a basic sort of, whether it's our employees or the contractors, there's a basic employee welfare thing. And there's the potential to save money. I was actually quite surprised at this, how quickly the payback on carts can be relative to you know, taking the cost of buying blue bags in particular out of a household budget. So those are the pluses. I mean, the downsides, some that I've heard, concerns about where do you store carts in some of the dense urban environments, the trouble of moving them. And the main one that I'm really worried about would be we have a really great diversion rate. Does our diversion rate go down as a result of people being able to more easily hide things where they're not supposed to go in the carts that are now caught because of clear bags? So there's a lot of pros, there's a lot of cons. You know, it's a complicated thing. It involves negotiating with our contractors, managing public relations changes in the equipment. There's a lot to be done. And the big question is what will the province do around extended producer responsibility? There could be major changes in how recycling is handled, not just in Nova Scotia, but in Atlantic Canada. And so the last thing that we should do is invest in a system that might be obsolete within a year or two if the province is going to move on this. So we really need some clear direction from them. So that's the debate to me in a nutshell. The reason why I think we should consider this as part of the overall strategy is just so we can take that whole big picture lens and look at it. We can look at it in context of the extended producer responsibility question. We can have some public engagement, and we can also we have to weigh this in terms of there might be other things in our waste stream that are more worthwhile of investment. We don't know at this stage. So I think looking at it as part of an overall strategy review, as staff are suggesting, makes sense. So with that, colleagues, I hope you'll support the motion to carry this work on. Carts are not going to be arriving next year or anything. This is continuing the work so that we are we can potentially make that decision if it's appropriate down the road. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Mancini had indicated in advance he wished to speak to that, so I'll let him go first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Austin, thank you very much for bringing this motion forward. This all began when I brought my motion forward on banning single-use plastic bags, and we were going down that avenue, and then the province made the very good decision to jump on board and ban single-use plastic bags. I'm hoping that because of COVID, that decision from the province is not being delayed, but we were hoping by the end of the year that would be in place. During those conversations with a lot of residents, as Councillor Austin mentioned, you know, there was residents that reached out and said, makes sense, however, the ban plastic bags, however, you're asking us to take our recyclables and put them in a plastic bag, and it doesn't make sense. And there's many municipalities across the country that are in fact have been doing the bins for a long time, and makes sense for us to look at it. Councilor Alston's already mentioned about the efficiency, the return on the investment for the resident, and we're not going to be spending millions of dollars today or even tomorrow, but it's important that we do it now. Even though we're in the middle of the pandemic, it's important that we carry on with this process. The similar conversation we're going to have a little later on when we talk about the climate change and our strategy. Yes, there's a pandemic going on and finances are tough, but we need to proceed with this. So I have one request is, and I don't know, I looked at it, Councillor Austin, if you know or staff knows, when they look at bins and the possibility of bins, are they looking at, is there such a thing as recycled plastic that the bins are made of? I don't know if that's been looked at, and if not, if they could include that. I don't know if staff is around, but the extended producer responsibility is really where we need to be going here. All the municipalities across the province have agreed 100%. They're in favor of extended producer responsibility. We've sent a letter, the mayor sent a letter to the minister. I had an opportunity to sit down with the minister myself. They were definitely seriously looking at it. And I don't know where that is. I don't know if there's any update on that. If staff have an update, Mr. Mayor, on that with regard to extended producer responsibility, because that's definitely the direction that we should be going. And I see Andrew coming in. So Andrew, if you have any update on EPR, that would be fantastic.
Okay, we have Andrew Philopoulos and also Brad Anguish. Andrew, did you wish to speak to them?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Unfortunately, Councillor Mancini, I think you got probably the best update when you met with the minister. I know it's a topic of discussion with every regional chairs meeting, so it's definitely a priority for us, and it's a priority for other municipalities to continue to push to understand where we're going. But I don't have anything further than that. I would expect some sort of announcement before the end of the calendar year that we get some direction as to which way the province is going to go on that. And to your other point about absolutely, there's carts out there or bins that you can buy with some some composition with recycled content. So definitely something when we get to procurement, if we get that far, we would look at.
And very quickly, Mr. Mayor, Andrew, do you know about the provincial-wide ban on plastic bags? Is that on schedule, or do you know that's been delayed because of COVID?
My understanding, it's still on schedule. It's still planned for a fall implementation date. I believe it's October 1st.
Right.
Is the date.
Right.
So no change in that.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Austin, thank you very much for bringing this motion forward. I fully support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just before we go on further, I understand Councillor Walker has joined us. Councillor Walker, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Good to see you. How you doing?
Much better, and starting all over.
Hey, Councillor Walker. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to have you with us, Russ. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome back, Councillor Walker. Good to see you. Listen, I just want to say how much I appreciate Councillor Austin bringing this forward. I definitely support the transition. Just a sort of a footnote for staff as they go about their work on this. Please make sure that the accessibility community is part of the conversation, because this certainly can pose some challenges for folks who have mobility issues when it comes to maneuvering these carts. Also, another question for staff. As we move towards a cart-based system, what I'm discovering is I have a lot of residents out my way who have already purchased these blue bins, but they use them to store the blue bags because it offers another layer of defense from wildlife. And I know that several residents have had their blue bags rejected because they were in one of these bins. And I'm wondering if this is something that can be, in the interim, worked into our contract with the contractors, that folks can use these blue bins to store their blue bags, as opposed to just grabbing the blue bin off the curb. You would just flip open the bin and pull out the blue bag that way. And because I know that in particular in some parts of North Beaverbank, we're having some real issues with bears this year, and just wondering if that is possible to be able to do, so we can have that other layer of safety for the residents.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. to the deputy mayor, excuse me. Thank you for the question. It has been a concern that many residents have raised forward. I think a lot of councillors have heard this complaint about wanting to use a bin or a cart to store your recyclables. The challenge with it is that your typical bin is 4 to 5 feet in height. It's not meant to be tipped manually. It's not meant to have a laborer reach into it. It's meant to be tipped by automation. And that's the reason why we will not collect from bins, because they're oversized. They're meant to be tipped by automation. What we have done is we have directed our haulers to collect bagged recyclables from a small blue receptacle, something that say is more, more in the order of like say 3 feet high. That is clearly identified, with the blue color, with the Mobius symbol on it. We made that exception, but that is as far as we can go with our manual collection system at this time.
All right, understand completely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And it's funny, just based on Mr. Philopoulos' last comment, obviously we've got some work to do ahead of us, because if we get bins, that's an issue that's got to be resolved. So I fully support this. But I also, and so I guess as these terms of reference are being developed and as we're putting the plan together, what's important to me is overall we meet our sustainability goals. So, on net, we need less plastic, not more. So if you look at the amount of plastic in a cart and the amount of plastic in film bags over, I think it was a 10 or 12 year period, they're roughly equal in size and weight. And so these carts have to obviously be long lasting in order to make a difference in the net amount of plastic that's being used. We also have to consider too the storage of a cart versus a bunch of blue bags, because we don't want vehicles to be traveling more vehicle kilometers and therefore putting up more emissions to collect our recyclables and our garbage if they're not doing that now. And so, I want all of those considerations, but also in addition to our sustainability goals, I want our staff and the CAO to look at ability and mobility. And so what I mean by that is I'm sure other councillors can speak of this too, I get regular complaints, especially from older residents, who find it very difficult to move the green cart as it is now. It's heavy, and if you're slightly weakened or maybe you fell down and hurt your hip, it's going to be difficult for you to move that green cart. Now you got to move a big black cart, now you got to move a big blue cart. So I want staff to look at the sizes, and can we go with different sizes of carts, which leads to the equipment and the robustness of and flexibility of our trucks. If we go down this road, can our trucks manage different sizes? Of receptacle? Can they be robust enough to not just do a standard size, but that the municipality provides, but can they also look at what consumers have already purchased? I've got a big blue cart. I've got a big garbage cart. Obviously, they're not used in the way they're supposed to be used because they just hold bags and I take them out to the side of the street. But if we have a whole lot of people that already have this, it would be a huge waste of resources for us to then provide them with another cart and them to throw out all of the carts that they already own. So I want some sort of perspective of flexibility and robustness of the trucks themselves and the equipment to tip them in, to be looked at as the terms of reference are being considered and a plan is being developed. So I'm fully in support of moving down this road, but I do think there's a lot of different factors to be considered to make sure it actually helps us meet our goals, both in terms of sustainability and in terms of service to our residents. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cleary, for those words of caution. I won't repeat all of them, but probably most of them. But quite frankly, that is the content of the debate that I wanted to address. Ironically, I've only gotten 3 phone calls, but they were all from in fact, 2 seniors and 1 homeowner that had a very small home, like a townhouse in a row of 3, and literally has no space, period. Okay, so it's a word of caution, I guess, in terms of Do we make exceptions for those type of situations? We don't need to answer that today, but certainly I offer that up to staff to give some thought to. In principle, I certainly support this. I think that among a few others, I certainly was equally as vocal as a couple colleagues that have mentioned it at the time that we were banning the proposing to ban bags. We discussed that quite frequently, that isn't it rather hypothetical that we're encouraging residents to use bags for their recyclables and yet asking them to ban them from grocery stores, etc. So in principle, I support it. I just want to give it a little different twist over and above what Councillor Clary mentioned. And this would be then a direct question, I suppose, for Andrew or Brad, but it would go something like this. The report talks to next steps. I'm just trying to determine from staff's point of view, what does this motion actually trigger? What actually are the steps that staff are going to take in the next while? I'm talking year, 2 years type of timeline, because the report is very clear that it's $990,000 in terms of next steps to get where staff want to, I won't put in my words. I'd ask staff to really translate what that next steps in the report means when it refers to $990,000, rounded off at $1 million, and what in fact this means in terms of should this motion, Councillor Austin, pass.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the way the report is framed, councillor, is that we frame, if council desired staff to continue analyzing, transitioning our system to cart-based collection, we laid out a 2-year time frame, a cost, and a scope of work, if you will, to accomplish that. What we also did is we said, well, hang on a second, this is a significant change. There's a significant level of effort, a significant investment. It probably makes a little more sense to do a strategy review and look at the different options, how we can improve our solid waste management system, and consider it at that time, so council has the ability to have a holistic review of the system and understand the alternatives. So what this motion means is we're waiting for direction from the province on extended producer responsibility. So until that happens, we won't be advancing the analysis any further. And when we get that direction, what we want to do is draft terms of reference for a strategy review. And so that obviously is open for discussion and input, and obviously council would decide those terms of reference ultimately. As part of that, what I would envision is that we would take some of these tasks, not all identified in the report, and we would incorporate them with such a strategy review. So for example, completing a full financial model and running different scenarios on the impact of moving to cart-based collection is definitely something we need there, right? So that definitely would be included. Completing, for example, the engineering assessment on our facilities, that could be completed as part of that. There would be some level of public engagement with the strategy review. I wouldn't expect it to be just focused on carts. I would expect it to be more broadly focused on the strategy itself. So, if you will, some of the elements will be included. And I think from there, councillor, if council then decided to continue going forward, I think the next step would be to undertake a comprehensive pilot over the course of a year, so we can learn more and ground truth, if you will, some of the assumptions and benefits that we believe we will get from such a system. Ultimately, to fully go to a cart-based collection system, I do see it more in the order of about a 5-year period. Our next collection contract starts July 2021. In theory, it runs 5 years. I would see this as something along that timeline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be out of time in just a second, I think, Mr. Mayor, but can I just add that in terms of question, follow this up after I finish my comment, if you would. The last review we did was the Stantec review, I believe. Are we due for a review? If this weren't triggering a review of our solid waste, are we due for a review? I mean, I thought the last one talked about a review in 10 years, and I can't recall when that was. I guess, look, I support this, and I'll probably vote for it. But when I first saw the motion, folks, and Mr. Mayor, I'll say this very quickly, I did wonder in terms of, you know, we just finished a 2.5 month discussion or 6-week discussion, whatever it was, on revising our budget. I think going forward, Council, we do need to be cognizant that we were short $42 million in revenue losses this year. And according to our own CAO, next year is going to be worse, and the year after that could potentially be worse again. So I just hate to see, and I got no skin in the game, okay? But I just caution Council in terms of how much are we going to take on? We need to be critically, we need to think about this critically in terms of how many, if there were 10 projects right now, folks, that y'all wanted to put forward right now, would this be one of them? I just throw that in the mix just to have you think about it, because I'm telling you, we've got to change. This is a good idea. It's probably something we should move forward with some caution, but I do ask you to consider in terms of whatever potential money is going to be spent in this next year or two. Is this the right time? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, by phone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would hope that in this review we also bring up the other reports we've had on this topic. I think this is now the third time this has been brought back to council for debate. I have to echo all the comments that Councillor Clary said in regards to can we perhaps at different stages or different size carts in this program. We don't need to go with one size fits all. We can have probably small, medium, large, depending on the size of the household or how much generation there is per household. But I'd also like to see us have an opting in possibility where people who wish to opt in can go buy a cart. And if you ask me, I'd rather see us have a municipal rebate program where we have this standardized carts like to see bought, and you can buy them at the various outlet stores, and you get a rebate on the acquisition. Therefore, we're not buying hundreds of thousands of carts. But we'll just have an opting where those who buy the carts that meet the specs or standards required, and they just get a rebate from the municipality. That way, we get an eventual evolution in. The only problem with that, though, is if you buy the cart, I guess the cart goes with you whenever you move from one place to another, whereas now the green card stays at the residence. So those are some of the options I think we'd like to look at. But I think it's under review in regards to our solid waste strategy. It has been a number of years it's been in place. There's a new technology, new evolution coming forward. Where is extended producer responsibility going to go with the province is a big question. But as it stands now, I'd like to see us have an opt-in clause. If people wish to continue using bags, they can do so. If they want to buy a cart, they can do so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think a lot of really good points have been made. I want to emphasize, and I think Councillor Smith could probably chime in, but may not in the interest of time today. We represent areas where the houses have no breaks between them, and were built 250 years ago. And it's a concern already with the green card, let alone having 3 bins. There are no places on Brenton Street or Maynard or parts of Vernon and Jubilee for bins, period. So there has to be some kind of flexibility built into it at that point. Otherwise, we're going to start to see issues around accessibility and clutter on those streets for sure. But for the most part in HRM, I think that it's something that we could evolve to. I think Councillor Carson hit the nail on the head. I think that after we pass the, hopefully, and I'm sure we will pass the Halifax 2050 later on today, you know, one of the things we need to be doing is we need to look at a lens of what's the most bang for our buck in terms of an environmental investment. And it might be that we decide at the end of the day, not this, not yet. But given the payoff that Councillor Austin was talking about, it may be that it's something we're willing to invest in now and take on, knowing that it's going to reduce our operating costs in the medium term and the immediate term. I guess the other issue, though, and I'd like to ask Andrew about this, is I'm trying to find a way to put this without making it that you tell the haulers to stop doing this. But honestly, people up and down my district have these bins already, and the solid waste is collected from those bins. They put them on the machines. I believe it's the same garbage trucks alternating weeks that are doing compost, and they use the lifts to empty them. Like, that's already happening. Now, I don't know if that's every subcontractor in every district has that, but so it's made my life really awkward, because I'm telling people only buy one they can reach into and only get ones that are this tall, and then they see their neighbors being emptied. And I would buy one today if I was told it was okay, to answer Councillor Hensby's questions. But technically, according to the rules on the website, those bins are not for use right now. So I guess, could you comment on, like, what are the technical challenges, and are some of our haulers already ready and in fact using them? Because I mean, they are using them, but are they ready, and how hard is it for us to extend that to the rest of the haulers in terms of solid waste? And then I think we also have to recognize, council, that we don't lift at all. We use the side loading for the recycles every week, right? Like, they toss the bags into the side of the machine and they go underneath. So I think, would that require, if we move to having some kind of lifting device, entirely different solid waste hauling fleets? Those are my two questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So with garbage collection, the one fundamental difference between garbage and recycling collection, our garbage collection also allows for you to place a garbage can curbside, roadside, to be collected. So it is a fundamental difference from the recycling program, where the intention is to put a bag curbside, roadside. Several years ago, I'm going to say 5-6 years ago, an exception was made, and haulers were directed to collect garbage from carts. They shouldn't be using the cart lifters, and I'm not aware of any program in Canada that allows resident supply carts and cart-based collection programs. And the reason for that is because you damage the carts and you end up with warranty challenges, and it's no different than with our green cart program. We've had that issue with our green carts themselves. So haulers really should not be using their lifters to lift those. They have been directed to where they can reach into a cart to collect garbage bags. I'm not overly happy with that situation, because, again, that's not what they're designed for. They're designed to be tipped by automation. So it's where we find ourselves. So that answers, I think, your first question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. And then your second question about the type of system for collection around recycling, and the fact that a lot of the trucks are trough side loaded currently.
Yeah, I mean, we would be looking at a new fleet to make this automation happen, wouldn't we?
Correct. If we went with like a fully automated system, they all are side loaded vehicles with a robotic arm coming out of the side of the vehicle to tip the carts.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I recall, we asked the contractors to replace them every 5 to 7 years. I think every 5 years. So, that can come in time, but nothing happens overnight, as Councillor Cleary, I think, said right at the beginning. So I will support the motion, but there are a lot of questions that we need answers to as this moves forward. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Austin, for bringing this forward. I know I recall a conversation that we had about, looking at the history and what solid waste has looked at in the past, and how, if we ever looked at other bins with the blue and the black, having had the green. But it's an interesting time. Councillor Carson knows full well, back in the day with the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, prior to Standing Committee starting, trying to always increase diversion at the curb. And but I'm supportive of this, because at the end of the day, it's creating an actual solid waste strategy. And so that I don't think that we actually had one. And so this is what this is saying. But I take comfort in the fact that we're not doing anything until EPR, which is what we are focusing on, because the diversion at the curb once EPR, and I do support EPR. It is key, but what is going to be placed at the curb when we get, I'm not going to say if, I'm going to say when EPR is approved by the province, that will be a whole different game with regards to what is placed at the curb. But when it comes to because I've always been supportive of the bins, but we hear it from people with mobility issues. We hear it from residents who say, I have to put a piece on my house just to accommodate the source separating in our homes, and where they're going to put them to, Councillor Mason's point. But I just wondered, I guess whenever I explored it with staff prior to Andrew, when it came to the bins, it was more about the contractor. And if we had we had that whole situation with regards to the side guards, who will be responsible to actually provide a fleet that can accommodate picking up the bins? Like, is that going, we accommodated for the sidebars, but I just, so do we just put an RFP and say, okay, this is what we're doing now, and you have to provide the fleet that can actually pick up the bins?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. In short, yes, it goes back to the contractor. We would need to lay out the framework of the CART program, what kind of carts, what sizes of carts, areas of the municipality where we might have to, as alluded to previously, where you get into the urban core and these type of systems aren't compatible, exceptions. So we would have to frame it all and be very clear as to what goes into the program. But yes, it would be the contractors providing the fleet equipment.
Okay, and to the other piece, because it's great to have everybody contacting us in support or not in support, but their concerns are heard. Is there going to be a piece towards public engagement or education going forward as part of this overall review? EPR is going to be a big rethink in itself, so I just wondered how the public were going to be engaged.
Yeah, so certainly in a solid waste strategy review, absolutely there would be public engagement. When it comes, if we do decide and we get to the point where we're implementing cart-based collection for recycling and garbage, that there has to be a lot of public engagement, because it's a huge change, right? So we have to solicit feedback, and then we have to educate on what changes we're implementing.
Okay, and my day started today with a complaint about the green bin not being collected every week, so there's that. But I think too, it would help to do some education now that we're not picking up the green bin every week, to let people know what their options are to mitigate any smells and things like that. Because I educated the person this morning and gave her some suggestions, and she said I didn't realize that she could use yard waste bags as an option to deal with the smell. So I just encourage you to, because we're not doing it, to sort of have some kind of communications. Thank you. Good luck with the strategy.
Thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank everybody for considering the accessibility challenges that go along with this, and people who are already have challenges trying to get the large bins up to the street. So I won't talk anymore on that. I'm curious about the front-end processing. Everybody, or a lot of people, have mentioned EPR. And I'm just wondering what sort of front-end processing we would expect to see with these bins. I mean, one of the lines in the report is this calculation assumes bags are not used in a cart-based program. But if bags are used, will there be some sort of sorting or that type of thing that happens in advance of everything else?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So what is typical in cart-based collection is that recycling systems go bagless, right? So you don't have a bag. So whether we transition to this program, it goes to our recycling facility, or whether this material would go to a new recycling facility as part of an extended producer responsibility program, it would be processed, through the recycling facility. With garbage, a lot of programs are optional on the bagless aspect of the program, but what we understand is that in practice, residents continue to use bags in the garbage programs, regardless of the cart.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that. This is about the garbage side of things. The recycled side of things, I can certainly understand that a lot of people would be going bagless, but with the garbage side of things, there are a number of people who are special needs and who go, and there are a number of people who have young kids at home, and both groups can go through a large number of diapers. And this would be an extreme challenge to go bagless with those. So would appreciate it if you could keep that into consideration as you move forward with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Your Worship, and all good input happening here. Some of this is going to be a bit of a repeat, and I think what we're seeing is kind of the framing issues that are afflicting us. And the framing issues come in from 2 points. The first is the lack of EPR that the province has put us into, which offloads the heavy lifting, pardon the pun, to our city staff when it comes to what to do with potentially recycled through a business model material. And the second thing is, as it relates to what both Councillor Cleary and Councillor Mason had talked about, the lens through which we're going to be reviewing things, hopefully in a couple of hours, which is the Halifax 2050 climate change plan, and how we look at the decisions we make. I have to preface this by saying that ultimately I will be supporting this project, but these two framing issues are very important. We have to look at whatever we do from a climate change perspective as to what's best for the environment. As Councillor Cleary pointed out, when you take a look at the construction of the materials used to make these bins or these carts or whatever we do, there's certain logistics that we have to take into account to make sure that we're not actually exacerbating the garbage problem by having bins that are not usable or using up more materials, or from a climate change perspective are deleterious. And as I said before, the second part is EPR. So I have a question just before I get to that. I do have faith that our staff, Andrew and his staff, will cross all the T's and dot all the I's in terms of all the comments that are being put forward regarding accessibility of getting the garbage out there, the fact that different regions have different needs, and I would say that all those have to be taken into account, including those who live in apartment buildings. But I'm curious, how will EPR, Andrew, potentially affect something like these carts? If you could look at that and give me an answer regarding Halifax 2050, whether that is a lens through which you feel comfortable looking at these carts.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Great questions. I think the first one on climate change, I would just offer up, certainly, having one of the best diversion rates speaks well in the country in terms of our carbon footprint of our solid waste management system. I do believe as a solid waste strategy review, we need to take a holistic look at the system from a greenhouse gas footprint perspective. So I think that analysis would be part of a strategy review and is obviously very important. With respect to EPR and how it impacts our recycling program, if the province moves to an industry-led program, one recycling program across the province of Nova Scotia, our role could be different things. So, for example, we could be a stakeholder in that program. So it's not our program. We don't own it. We can't dictate what goes in what stream. We can't dictate how it's collected curbside, roadside. We're a stakeholder in the program. We may have a role where we could be an agent as part of the new industry-led recycling program, where we continue to administer collection on behalf of the new program. So that's where we could end up. But the important thing there is that, with EPR, with a full EPR program, essentially it becomes an industry-led program. It's no longer HRM's recycling program.
Thank you for that. And I guess just one point on EPR, we've heard the Premier promise and make the stipulation that when all the municipalities in Nova Scotia get together and agree that EPR is the direction they want to go in, that he would implement it. And I would ask the question, what's the holdup now? All the municipalities have agreed to this and agree that EPR is something we want to move forward on. So that is the question that's hanging there, the hanging chad, so to speak. And hopefully that will be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Austin, for bringing this forward. I can go either way on this, and I'm not sure. I'm happy that we had clarification today that we're really just speaking of going to the next steps and further talking about this. For some reason, there were several people that contacted me that felt this was a done deal, that we were doing this, and their question was very similar to what Councillor Karsten was referring to. Why would you be spending this kind of money at this particular juncture, considering everything else that's in front of us? So just to clarify, this is moving, if approved, which likely it will be, in a direction to study further based on certain decisions, least of which not being the province, identifying that we can use extender or extended producer responsibility. Is that fair to say that this is not implementing this today? We're looking at taking to the next step and studying it a little further? Worship.
Andrew, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The councillor, correct.
But I like one-word answers. It makes it very easy. The other thing, Andrew, that people have said to me, and I understand what Councillor Mason was saying, the same situation also exists in a lot of rural communities as well. One senior citizen, a lady, contacted me last night, very concerned this was happening. She said her husband is disabled. She puts one little bag in the trunk of her car and drives it out to the end of the driveway. How will she ever manage to deal with it as it relates to bringing a cart out? So I think as you go forward, as been said by many people, there are a lot of considerations, and engaging with the public and hearing all the nuances about those considerations is going to be very important. And to go back to, so I asked myself, what is driving this? Well, I've had absolutely zero calls over the last number of years from anybody saying we want to change from the bags to a cart. I've had, no different than the deputy mayor, people saying, why can't we put our bags in the cart? So what is really driving this? And maybe this is a question for Councillor Austin. I heard Councillor Mancini said that it's related to our recent ban on plastics, etc., and moving in that direction. But I want to proclaim one thing. After last week, I'm never going to use the word ban on anything. So let's come up with a new word to talk about how we're dealing with anything, least of which pets. So I'm kind of leaning in this direction of supporting the motion, but I would just like to know where the real motivation and the drive for bringing this forward at this particular time is, and maybe Sam can clear that up in the end. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I think everybody who's wanted to speak has spoken, so we will go back to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the good discussion on this. I'll go right to Councillor Stretch's question about why are we looking at this? Why was this brought? Why did I bring this forward? So this came about because when we were debating about the ban on single-use shopping bags, one of the things that came in very loudly in the inbox was, you're being a little hypocritical, council, to be looking at banning shopping bags when you require everyone to buy all sorts of plastic to put out on garbage day, and all that plastic is single use and can't be recycled. So that was the initial spark. And from that, we got the analysis, and there's other pros and cons to consider beyond that environmental piece. And so that's what brings us to today. And I think we've already gone through a good list of what the pros and what the cons are. And Councillor Stretch, when I did see you buzz in, I did think immediately of my parents, who are probably they live out in Councillor Hensby's district on a very long driveway, and they would probably not be enthusiastic about having to haul 2 carts all the way down the end. So, I mean, there's a lot of details that would need to be worked out on this to make it something viable. Right now, this is just saying, well, to me, where we're at is there's some compelling reasons to keep looking at this. There are some compelling cons as well to consider, and it really is contingent on figuring out where we're going around EPR. So that's the sort of overall environment. And I did want to quickly just conclude, because some of the feedback that's come into me, and I thank you, Councillor Karsten, for raising it. I missed it in my opening, but the cost of, like, why are you guys looking at this now in the midst of one of the worst financial crises that we've ever faced? Well, I mean, the reality is we're not. I mean, this is several years out at this point if we do go to carts. And so by then, hopefully, COVID will be well in our rear view mirror as other pandemics in history have tended to play out. So hopefully when we're actually at a point to be considering this, the economic financial crisis that we face might be a very different thing. It's hard to put our heads around it in the here and now. If this was buying carts next year, there's no way I'd support it in the here and now either. So, but I am comfortable seeing the analysis continue. So thank you, colleagues.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Thurston,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
no.
Councillor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
For the motion.
Councillor Oathit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion? So that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Austin. All right, colleagues. Correspondence, Madam Clerk, correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have correspondence relating to item 9.1.2, and that has been distributed to members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, Councillor Mason?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a petition from Coburg Social on Coburg Street. I'll read you the key part. We are asking people to sign the petition to allow for a no-cost solution for Coburg Social to close a portion of Henry Street for the fall-summer season, which allows us to continue to serve you. By adding additional capacity, Coburg Social may remain a viable business. And it goes on to say the petition is not only for Coburg Social, but to bring awareness for other restaurants in HRM that need help with the same issues they are facing. And there are 104 signatures and 121 or 132 electronic signatures on the petition that has been logged with clerks.
Thank you. Petitions, Councillor Russell?
Thank you very much. I am bringing forward a petition from one of the residents in my community who lives next door to an apartment building that is being developed. And the essence of the petition is in this line: I have not read or seen public or community notice, and no one has been knocking at my door advising me of what is to come. So although the apartment building is being built as of right, this is basically a petition to try and get it stopped. And also what I'm reading into it more is more provisions for community notice. And this comes with 270 signatures from all over the Canada and the US, and I have already logged that with the clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other petitions, colleagues? Hearing none, there are no information items that have been brought forward. Reports coming out of the CAO's office. 9.1.1 is free transit on election days.
Mr. Mayor, just one item I forgot to do at the beginning of the meeting.
I'm sorry, is that Councillor Hensby I'm hearing?
Yeah, the one item to be brought forward, I thought I wanted to bring the information, in-camera information item forward to the next council meeting.
Okay, what is it you want, which one do you want to bring forward?
The in-camera meeting on the property matter.
Okay. Now that'll be noted and brought forward for the next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman, you wanted to bring this one forward, 9.1.1.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. Thank you, Mayor Savage. I wanted to bring it forward because I do support free transit on election day.
and I won't be supporting this motion to not have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does somebody want to move that so we can deal with that?
Councillor Cleary here. I'd be happy to move that.
Councillor Cleary?
So I'll move that Halifax Regional Council continue with the current practice of not offering free transit on election days.
Second, Bill.
Second by Councillor Karsten. Any other?
I'm gonna use the
Cleary?
I'm gonna use the Adams gambit here. So I actually I don't want to see free transit for all election days, all advance polls, all that kind of stuff for municipal, federal, provincial. But our election is coming up on October 17th. And I would like us to vote down this motion and bring an alternative, particularly one, almost a combination of C and D, actually. Whether you have a voter card or if you don't have a voter card, you can get a pass. But the idea is I don't want to provide free transit for the entire day to everyone, because we know that throughout the municipality, we get, I think on average, 32 or 33% turnout. In my district, I think it was 39% last election. I would like to run a pilot in on October 17th, 2020, and offer a free transit pass if you have your voter ID card, or if you don't have your voter ID card, you just move to your district, for example. You should be able to sign up on the transit website or go to a library, get a free pass if you commit to voting. It's obviously an honor system. But the idea is for anyone who is going to use transit to vote, I would like to see us provide that free transit. And going with that method, it would be a fairly cost-effective way of doing it. Ballparking sort of a hybrid between 3 and 4 here on our chart on page 4. Between 5 and 7,000, between 10 and 14,000. So let's ballpark and say it's 10. I think that's a reasonable cost for us, given how much elections cost anyway, to see if we can't engage more. And here's the thing. If we tell people to get out and vote, that's one thing. But if we have a large campaign that says, hey, not only do we want you to get out and vote, we're going to let you ride transit for free to get out and vote. I think we could actually get more bang for our buck, and I would love to see a 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even higher % turnout in the election. If we don't get that turnout and we've offered free transit, then we know obviously it's not going to work for any other election, and I have no interest in paying for it for feds or provincial election. If they want it, they can pay us to offer it, but I would like us to try it for that. So and I will throw out one caveat. We have no idea what COVID-19 is going to look like in October. We don't know if there'll be a second wave, how big that second wave will be. And so we may not spend any money on it because maybe no one's riding transit on October 17th because of that, but I don't know. But I would like to see us at least try it out. So that's my feeling. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I was going to basically speak to voting down this motion as well. I am simply in favor of free transit on election day. We have seen what has been happening with the transit while we've been having COVID, and today marks 2 weeks of no new cases in Nova Scotia, which is phenomenal. But we've also had free transit for quite some time, and I would simply like to say that this is not going to be that much different from that. We don't know what the volume of ridership is going to be. I don't want to see any more barriers than are necessary in preventing someone from being able to vote. So I will be voting in favor of free transit on election day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was willing to let this go as is, considering our current situation and what an election might look like. But I was going to bring alternative C forward, but I will support the motion depending on some answers I get. Who would speak to this from staff?
Well, we have Dave Riggy and Patricia Hughes, I think, here.
Okay. What about? Well, I ask my questions and then we can determine who answers them. So one of them is around the election in general. So knowing that we're most likely not going to be in a place where we can have people gathering. So I'm kind of curious on what our election may look like, and maybe this might be something for the clerk to answer. And, you know, do we suspect that we'll have all polling stations open, or will we have a modified number of polling stations open? And it's hard to say for November. And, you know, that will determine if people are going to even be using transit. We don't know if the second wave or when the second wave will arrive. So, yeah, I was willing to let this go, considering this election is most likely not going to have many people wanting to wait in lines and go into establishments and vote. But at the same time, I support this and believe that we should be doing anything in our power to make sure that folks have all the abilities to vote. So, you know, my question is one really related to what is our election going to look like when it comes to in-person voting, knowing that we are looking to do mostly online.
So this is Cheryl Murphy. I'm the municipal clerk, and through you, the mayor, to Councillor Smith. At the present time, we're looking at going with the same number of polling locations that we have in previous years, in 2016, for example, for Election Day. That may change as we move forward because we are having difficulty booking locations. But we haven't made that decision at all. So at this point, I can say to you that we will have polling stations. We will have appropriate, restrictions in place to allow for those coming to the polling station to vote safely. If we have a change to the number of polling locations, we would bring that back to this council.
Thank you. What about and maybe this isn't developed yet or it's being worked on, but the plan for engagement to our Get Out to Vote campaign, is that already developed, or is that continuing to be worked on now?
So that is being worked on now, and we have a communications staff person involved with our own communications staff developing that plan. And of course, we are going to encourage telephone or online voting simply because of COVID, but also because it's a good alternative to making it out to the polls.
Will any of that have to come back to council, or will it just be worked on as any other staff ran?
So are you talking about our communications plan?
Communication and the overall plan for getting out to vote and reaching voters.
So no, we wouldn't bring that back to council. No, that is part of. Right. Council has a certain number of decisions to be made, and we have brought all but 2 of those to council now. There's we do have a postcard issue. We send, in previous years, we've sent a postcard out, and that, I guess, is a communications piece, and we will be bringing that to council, whether it's to approve, right? But that will be it. The other communications will be determined by our communications staff, myself, the deputy. Right?
So when that comes, could we have information on the direction that you're going with the, to engage voters as part of that, even though it's not related, but as part of that, just so we can have it as information for council?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We would make that available to the public, so we can make that available to you. Yes.
Yes. So really, I'll support the motion to defeat this, and I guess Councilor Cleary, you'll bring something forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Austin.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I find this one a little bit trouble I'm having a tough time supporting this one. And I mean, part of it is we don't have any data whatsoever to suggest that free transit would make any difference in terms of polling. It's some of the same challenge we run into with online voting, right? So even if we did go out and we did allow transit to be free for going to polling stations or free for the day, and then we see the turnout rate drop a percent, or maybe it goes up a percent, you can't separate out like, well, what's that impact from all the other variables that go into an election campaign? It's exceedingly hard to do. When I think about the programs that we already have and who is not likely to vote because of a transit fare, I mean, we as a council, there's been huge strides made in the last 3.5 years. The big one being the partnership with the province with community services, where anyone on assistance has a bus pass. I think it's well over 10,000 passes are out there as a result of that program. And of course, our own low income transit program. I'm tempted to say, well, we should do a survey as part of this election to look at, like, I mean, actually get some data at a polling office. How did you get here to vote? Do that at a couple polling stations. But for, you know, for the cost of $45,000, I think it is, to give up a day's worth of revenue, at a certain point, your analysis almost gets to the point that that's more work and labor and expense than just making the thing free for the day. So, I mean, I don't think that this will make one bit of difference at all in polling, especially too when you consider the tradition in Nova Scotia of call a candidate for a ride. But I could be on board with this just for the pure symbolism of trying to make, probably the best thing about this would actually be the person who's wandering out to get on the bus and they go to pay the fare and the fare is free for the day. Why is that? Oh, it's an election. So there's a bit of a reminder there towards it. So from a symbolic point of view, I think this might be where the best value is. And rather than making this complicated with print out a voter card or bring the voter card and, you know, visit the library, if we're going to do this, just make the system free for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And in the words of one councillor, I believe it's Russell Walker, I believe his name is, Mr. Mayor. Well, I thought this was simple. So I really did. I thought this was just straightforward. It's well written. Let's go with it. And Councillor Austin, thank you so very much for at least temporarily allowing my blood pressure to go down a little bit. It's much appreciated. Because you hit it right on the nail in terms of data. I'm going to call it, didn't a wise councillor amongst us back probably 3 years or so ago, or 3.5 years ago, say that all decisions should be evidence-based? I think we used to talk about that. Evidence-based, what a novel idea. Gather data and make sure that there's data and evidence supporting your decision. Well, there is none. In fact, I can speak for my own district that I did mention to council because we've had this discussion before, that I don't have a polling station anywhere near a bus route. There are no bus routes that go near my polling stations. In fact, I challenge you to think of where your polling stations are. Most of my polling stations are embedded right in the community somewhere, in a school or in a church or in a rec center. So, you know, I don't know. I would dare say, as we were talking, and I'm thinking of one near where I live, people would have to walk 80% of the way to the bus to catch the rest of the way to the polling station. So, you know, it's really, in my opinion, ill-advised. We try, and the intent is good, make no mistake about it. I do understand what we're trying to do, but that was the same thing when we talked about electronic voting. We spent the money. Really, what we need to do is a real big question mark in terms of encouraging people to come to the polls. I don't think this is the magic bullet, to be perfectly honest with you. So I'm going to stick with the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Well, Bill, you just stole all my lines. I'm going to support the motion on the floor because we've been talking about this for years, and the key missing critical piece for me is there's no evidence of this working anywhere else. And I think Councillor Austin said, you know, the key piece for me is if we have a couple of $1,000, let's put that into more low-income bus passes. Right, the people who were most worried about not going to vote, who maybe need to be on a bus and would use the bus to go and vote. We've got the IA pass, we've got the low income pass, we've got student passes, we've got U passes, we've got monthly passes. So I'm just not sure what problem this solves. I don't think that it's a wise use of funds, and I don't think there's any evidence that we could find any of the times we've looked at it that it would make a difference. So I'm not going to support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hensby?
Yes, sir. I was just on the other side of the car. I'm a mixed emotions on this. It'd be a nice feature to have, but I personally believe until we have transit equitably available across all districts, I will not be supporting this. If anything, you want to try a pilot, I would think you may want to do this on advanced election days only, advanced polling days only, where, for instance, in my district, you only have 3 locations. We know where the Musco Rider can provide the service at 3 locations, you know, similar to what you do in Metro. We know where the bus routes are on the polling, advanced polling station. So if you want to do it, I would only do it for advanced polling only. As the current motion stands, I'll be not in support of the request and not get away with it. I'll keep it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, I agree with Councillor Cleary with regard to the 30% of voting, and we definitely need to increase that. It's dismal, and it's so frustrating because we all know the good work that's done with our staff and ourselves around the table, and we should be having a higher percentage of our residents come out and vote. However, there truly isn't any proof in front of us, any evidence that making transit free will make a difference. Now, what is different in this election, of course, is that it's during COVID, which has never happened before. And my concern all the time in the past elections are with our residents, especially our more senior residents that may not embrace technology like, you know, our younger residents like Councillor Karsten and such. But, you know, there's an opportunity here. Our seniors in our communities, because of COVID, have embraced technology like never before. They go to church online now. They've connected with their families across the country online now. They've embraced it more than ever before. So here's the opportunity when Cheryl talks about promoting online voting. I'm really hoping they're going to target, Mr. Mayor, those that may not have embraced technology before. There's an opportunity for us in this election coming up in October. So my feeling, the energy and the effort and if investment should be made on that promotion of online and phone. So even though I understand the intent, Councillor Cleary, I'm going to support the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be supporting the motions on the floor. Transit in my district, along with Councillor Cleary, Councillor Zarowski's, was cut greatly when they transferred the transit over, and I don't have a whole lot of transit in a lot of my district now, and it is totally not near the polls. And I'll fall back to the same old thing as past elections forever and ever. You need to drive to the poll? I'll drive you. Or the candidate will drive you. You don't have to worry about getting on a bus. I'll come to your door and help you there. And so will the candidate. So to me, this is much ado about nothing. And I'll obviously be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch.
You know, Councillor Walker really puts things in perspective, and I agree 100%. You know, this would maybe benefit to some areas, but as you know, I've got no bus service out here unless the clerk's going to put a pole at the airport. I don't see the benefit, and yet the residents in Waverley, Fall River, Musquodoboit would be asked to pay for that. I think also we got to get back on the side of nothing else is free. You know, we got to get back to our expense and income situation here, and you know, start collecting on everything we do, and this is no different. So knowing that this is a negative motion, I will be supporting the motion as it is presented on the floor, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. And I was fine with leaving it on the consent agenda with that recommendation that was there. So I support the recommendation from staff to not look at it. I mean, currently with the situation that transit is faced, that they're already, have an issue with not having the money this year. And it was interesting, as we try to get the 63% of the people who don't vote to actually vote, we spend a lot of money, 500,000 to $1 million on online voting. That did not even realize increased voters. So, at the end of the day, maybe it's wrapping the bus that says, please vote, instead of giving, the free rides. But at this point in time, I think because much like the conversation we had with regards to adding on more bins, people are saying, why now when you're already, in a deficit? So I'm thinking, yes, it's unfortunate that we have a municipal election, while we're dealing with COVID, and we are forced to go ahead with it. But I don't think that looking at a free transit ride is at that time. Cheryl said she doesn't even know at this point in time where the polls will be, and I don't even know if they've ever historically made it a part of the criteria that the polls have to be on a transit route, because at the end of the day, in District 4. All the transit routes are designed to take you downtown. Unless we can go, I'm going to go in Councillor Smith's district to vote for someone in District 4. So there is that. So, I was fine with leaving this on the consent agenda, and I don't think it's something we should explore at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
There we go. All right. So it's funny, there's very limited, so people talked about evidence. Thank you, Councillor Carson. And maybe part of me, it's the academic in me coming out because I want to try this experiment. It's a bit of a natural experiment. And if you think about the cost of research, if we can do this for 5 or 10 grand, that's actually cheaper than most of the studies that I've done before. So what I'm looking at, and there's some scholarly research, I just did a couple of searches here while you guys were chatting, on the location of mass transit to voting stations and voter turnout, and through linear regression, looking at the different variables, it doesn't seem in this particular study that there is a high rate of correlation between the ease of getting to a polling station by transit and people actually voting. So given that, maybe, free transit isn't going to help any more than just having transit. And I do know that in the report, if you look at it, there's 69 polling stations, only 49 of them have transit service. So I do recognize that there are lots of polling stations that you won't be able to get to by free transit. So it's not going to be a benefit to those people. But we don't have any data right now on many therapies that may or may not work on COVID. Guess why? We haven't done the research. So there's no data. So it's not, you don't throw up your hands and go, oh, well, I guess COVID's beaten us. Let's not even try to find a cure for it. Or a vaccine. So if we don't know any data that's out there on whether free transit affects voter turnout, let's run the experiment ourselves. This would be very simple to do. We just have the voters list as it's printed out with a little checkbox, and the person who gives out the ballot to the person who shows up at the polling station simply asks, did you come here today by transit with your free pass? You check it off if they say yes. And then we actually have the data. We can say 20% people showed up. And if we see a 5% increase in voter turnout, we know it's had an effect, and that was the effect. We can attribute it. However, if you don't want to run that experiment, if 5 or 10 grand is too rich for you to figure out if there's an effect or not, I'm cool with that. But why would we not even try? And so I'll pitch it to you one last time. For something that is as fundamental as our democracy and getting people involved in it, I think this is a pretty low-cost way to see if there's an effect. And it's a pilot. We do it for our municipal election in October. If there's an effect at all, great. Maybe we can refine it and make it better for the next time. If we find no difference, then at least we've tried it. So anyway, that's my pitch to you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm just going to weigh in very briefly. I'm going to support the motion on the floor. I would, in fact, be more inclined to support this but not pay for it at the provincial and federal level where people can't vote online. But so many people vote online now. We have the low-income transit pass. People who absolutely need to get out and vote and can't afford a bus can qualify for the low-income transit pass. You know, we hear a lot about the fact that the turnout is low, which it is. There's a very simple way to get the voter turnout up 25% or 30% overnight. Have political parties. And then you'll have the air war that you have now, and people will not only come out to vote for you, but they'd come out to vote for the party and the leader, but they'd also come out to vote against them. I don't think that's better. One of the reasons I like municipal politics is we don't have all that crap that exists at the other orders of government, but it would definitely increase voter turnout. I just don't think it would be better. So I do think we have a lot of options for people to vote, and I'll support the motion on the floor. All right, Cheryl. So the motion on the floor, I'm getting a couple of texts here from people. Just to be clear, the motion is Halifax Regional Council continue with the current practice of not offering free transit on election days.
Okay, Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
Against the motion?
Councillor Cleary.
No.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
No.
Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion?
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outhit.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion.
That's 14 in favor and 3 against.
The motion carries. Thank you. Colleagues, we will move to item 9.1.2, addition of candidate routes to active transportation priorities plan, communities of East Preston, Creighton Avenue, Glen Manor Drive, and Micmac Boulevard. Councillor Hensby, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move the motion forward. Let me just pull over the side of the road here for a second.
Please.
I'm on my way to Musquedown Harbor.
Please pull over.
All right. Motion held.
Pretty good cell phone service out there, sir.
Suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 7 of Transportation Standing Committee terms and reference under Administrative Order 1 and procedures of the Council Administrative Order. And 2, amend the Active Transportation Priorities Plan by designating components of the Community of East Preston Active Transportation Plan, Creighton Park Avenue, Glen Manor Drive, and Micmac Boulevard as candidate roads in the Active Transportation Priorities Plan as described in staff report dated February 6, 2020.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, this is an exciting day for the community of East Preston. We've been working on this project now for a couple of years, trying to get a study done, and I believe you guys have a copy of that study in your report. It's a good 88 pages of well-documented opportunity for the community. We know that Highway number 7 has been designated part of the bicycle Nova Scotia Blue Route, so hopefully be a candidate site there for some paving as well for shoulders at the full cost of the province. But here is an opportunity in the rural part of HRM outside the service boundary area that we're trying to find ways of improving active transportation within the rural community. And as we all know, Highway number 7 is a very busy roadway locally and is not very safe for people to walk on. As you can see through the safety audits they've done through the study, would clearly point that out. And furthermore, we talk about the integrated mobility plan and trying to have creative ways of bringing AT to all parts of the municipality. So therefore, under policy, I think it's Policy Directive 82, we're looking at doing that. So moving this plan forward, at least it gets it on the docket, onto the planning platform, and hopefully for future budget consideration. And I'm also hoping that the federal and provincial governments will look at their active transportation strategies that allow for funding to these type of projects. So I'm very grateful that we got this to the stage, and hopefully move further, faster, and further along, and get some greenways and paved shoulders out of the rural parts of HRM. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and 2 weeks running at council. I get to suggest that it would be great if our Department of Transportation was not acting like the Department of Highways. Really paving the shoulders should be basic transportation everywhere. That's not the world we live in, so I enthusiastically support this motion to bring some fairness to folks in the East Preston, to get this into consideration. I just wanted to buzz in mainly to also highlight it hasn't attracted as much attention because there hasn't been as much community activism around it, but I very much appreciate staff's work to include Creighton and Micmac Boulevard as future AT corridors in the plan. If anyone in Dartmouth, if you're riding a bike, if you're going out to Tony Mancini's district, if you're going to Shuvie, Micmac Mall, any of these sorts of things from downtown Dartmouth, that corridor of Creighton, Micmac Boulevard, it's a busy cycling route, and it would be great to it's also pretty wide through a good chunk of it. So it would be a section that would be fairly easy to make much more cycling friendly for people in the community. So thank you to staff for all the work on bringing these both forward.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. And I support this because I support all active transportation, much to Councillor Austin's point. And I spoke about this to Councillor Hensby while we were standing in the Auburn Drive parking lot this morning. You know, I wish the province would, you know, identify their blue route and what they plan to expand on it and how it would integrate with what we are doing as our active transportation plan within HRM itself. You know, and I had sent an email to Dave McIsaac because I know there's been a strong interest to have Cherrybrook have active transportation as well. I understand from Dave that that is being worked on. So that's very important because in the areas, it is your rural roads and they're just left to walk on the shoulders, which are very inadequate. And as we've heard from East Preston, so I'm very much in support of this, but I would like to dream, like Councillor Austin says, and that we actually do come together with the province and work together on an overall plan when it comes to active transportation to keep the people physically fit, because that's what they want to do, especially during the COVID times. So thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers? Ready for the question, colleagues? Cheryl?
Councillor Stretch.
Voting for the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
Yes.
Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outhit.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Colleagues, we've passed 9.1.3 on consent. That's the Eastern Shore Rec Commission Facility Operating Agreement. We will go to 9.1.4, which is the Bears Road Transit Priority Corridor.
I can put that on the floor.
Councillor Clerk, thank you.
So I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, waive the requirement for the Audit and Finance Standing Committee to approve a budget increase from the cost sharing of over $500,000 before proceeding to Regional Council. 2, approve a budget increase of $1,463,433 net HST included to project number CT200002, Major Strategic Multimodal Corridor, Bears Road, funded through cost sharing with Halifax Water. 3, award tender number 20-217, Bears Road Transit Priority Corridor, Phase 1 as the multi-year project to the lowest bidder meeting specifications, Dexter Construction Company Limited, for a total tender price of $7,438,643.21, net HST included, with funding from capital account number CT 200002, Major Strategic Multimodal Corridor, Bears Road, as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated May 27, 2020. 4, award the construction services component of request for proposals, RFP number 18-302, consulting services, Bears Road detailed design, to WSP Canada in the amount of $114,503.94, net HST included.
Second. Councilor Smith.
Second by Councilor Smith, was it?
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Cleary, anything on it?
Just briefly, so if you've, of course, been following this from the time when it was at Transportation Standing Committee, when it came to council, as we've seen now through the RFP and the now awards, we have, oh, phone call coming in here. We have this phase 1, so this is just from Romans Avenue to Connaught. Of course, we're going to be looking down the road at the rest of Bears Road and Yonge and Roby and creating this amazing transportation corridor for transit. And so this is so incredibly needed, and time to get to work on this so that we can get folks, especially as COVID is receding for now and more people are getting on buses. We need to make it easier for people to get around on a bus throughout our beautiful municipality. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see anybody on the list. Ready for the question? Cheryl?
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini. I see him saying for the motion.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
No.
Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
Against the motion.
Could you repeat that, Councillor Russell?
Against the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Outed.
Strongly for the motion.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion.
Thank you. That is 15-2.
Thank you. The motion carries. Colleagues, we look at item number 9.1.5, which is the Pender, Yonge Street and Roby Street Transit Priority Corridor Phase 1. Councillor Whitman asked to bring that off the consent agenda. I'll let him speak to it. Does somebody want to move that first?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
I move that Halifax Regional Council award tender number 2208 Yonge Street and Roby Transit Priority Corridor Phase 1 West Region to the lowest bidder meeting specifications, Dexter Construction Company Limited, for a total tender price of $2,536,251, 16 net HST included, with funding from capital account CT 200006 Major Strategic Multimodal Corridor, Roby Street and Yonge Street, in capital account CM 00009 Transit Priority Measures as outlined in the financial vacation section of staff report dated June 11, 2020.
Second, Mr. Mayor. Bill. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
That's fine. Give it to Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Cleary, thank you. Councillor Smith, anything on it?
I'll come back if I need to, but nothing on it at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman, you wanted to speak to it?
There I am. Thank you, Mayor Savage. I just wanted it off the consent so I could vote against it. I don't have a whole lot to add, just that I'm not supporting this spend at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell on this one, or?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Russell?
Yeah, so we have this motion and the last one, which I didn't buzz in on in time, and the next motion, the wharf and pier repairs. I am not at all opposed to the motion. I am opposed to, or I am not in favor of the idea of the spend at this time. We have just gone through and reconfigured the budget, taking out what should have been $85 million, what was only $75 million. And once again, we are in the middle of this virus and we don't know what our budget is going to look like. So I am not in favor of adding anything to our expenses at this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor, anybody else?
Question.
Councillor Mason?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify that point, could someone from staff come forward and confirm, was this in the budget we just passed or not? Because I believe it was, so this isn't adding a new expense, this is just approving a tender on something we did approve.
Who do we have with us on staff? I got a bunch of names here. Peter Duncan, Kelly Denty.
I can.
And Patricia, who wants that one? In the absence of that, Jerry, oh,
yeah.
Is that Tanya?
Oh, Tanya's there, sorry. Go ahead, Tanya.
Sure. Through you, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it was already in the approved budget for all of the amount that this is coming in at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanya. Anybody else on this? We're ready for the question, colleagues?
Yeah, just Mayor, Bill.
Just hold a second. I got a
Councillor
finger. I don't have a text, but I have a finger from Councillor Bill, and it's not the one that usually comes my way. What do you have, Councillor Kirsten?
Oh, it was just the index finger, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just to follow up on that, so should this not be approved at this point, and quite frankly, this is a project that I think Council has really earmarked as a must-do project for a number of years, and I'm certainly going to support it. But in the event that it wouldn't pass, follow up on what Councillor Mason said, that money, just if you could confirm, that money would just sit in that account that was read, right? It wouldn't, yeah. Whatever that account was, account CT 200006, the money would just sit in that account, correct?
Ms. Davis, do you want to answer that, or?
Sure. Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, this money was earmarked for this project and approved as part of the capital budget in the accounts that are identified, and it would stay there until we were set or you guys redistribute it to a different account.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sorry,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
Ready for the question?
Question.
Cheryl.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
In
Councillor
favor of the
Mason?
motion. In favor of the motion.
okay, Councillor Smith,
In favor.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
No.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
Against the motion?
Councillor Outhill,
Yes.
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion,
It's 15-2.
15-2, the motion carries. Thank you. Colleagues, we agreed to move 9.1.7 up. Let's do that before we go to 9.1.6. We'll take a break after 9.1.7. So 9.1.7 is a tender for wharf and pier repairs. Councillor Austin, did I see, or who wants this one?
So both sides of the harbor. I think Sam was going to let me have one since it's a little light for our side today. So if I may, I'll move that Halifax Regional Council award tender 20-154 wharf and pier repairs, the lowest qualified bidder meeting specifications, Horseshoe Hill Construction Incorporated, for a total of $2,788,712 net HST included, with funding from CB 000087 wharf recapitalization, as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated June 2nd, 2020. I so move.
Second, Sam.
Thank you. Councillor Mason, anything on that?
Well, just so, I got the scope was around Alderney, Woodside is done, and that it would be the two parks and around the Halifax Ferry Terminal. I'm wondering if staff could just confirm the scope of the work on the between the ferry terminal and Cable Wharf where the ferry used to dock. That has we did some temporary repairs there a couple of years ago. The plaza there, council will be interested to know, I sure was, is actually on steel I-beams above where the ferry used to pull in, and they were starting to get quite rusty. So I'm wondering, does that include that? And if it does it include changes and upgrades to the surface and the experience for the public on the top? Because the actual bit of park or street is getting a little dated. It hasn't really seen a lot of investment in 20 years. So those are my two questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Who do we have? Is that John McPherson here? Jerry, do you have an idea who might answer that?
Oh, John's there. He's just muted. There you go.
There we go. John McPherson, Manager of Corporate Facility Design and Construction. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. The work on the Halifax side includes the area around Nathan Green Square and Shabukto Landing, so the area of the turning circle. The area of the turning circle includes a new boardwalk area and significant steel repairs underneath. Is this the area, councillor, that you're asking about?
Yeah, so that answers the first part of the question. Thanks for that, John. Will there be any changes on the surface, or is that just going to reinforce what's already there, and then we'll worry about the top later?
That's correct. We're doing some boardwalk repairs where materials might be deteriorated. However, this is predominantly about the infrastructure.
That's great. This is very critical in that site. It certainly needs the investment if we're going to keep it safe. So I'm really glad to see this coming forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. In regards to the wharfs and piers, I'm in support of the motion before us. We're more curious about the utilization of the wharfs and piers. We have pedestrian pedways on top of them, but we also have some wharfs that used for the public. I'm just curious, it's a related question of cost recovery. How do we determine who pays wharfage fees or charges fees and stuff? Just kind of curious about
that. Mr. Mayor, Jerry Blackwood here, acting CAO. Yeah, the berthing fees, to my knowledge, they would be collected through the Halifax Port Authority or Develop Nova Scotia. I don't believe that we have collect any revenue with respect to berthing fees as a municipality. but we can certainly take that away and confirm that.
Councillor Hensby?
That'd be fine.
Thank you. Councillor Russell?
Thank you. Like with the last motion, I would just like to seek confirmation about whether or not this has been already budgeted, already approved in the recent budget. This one is a little bit different because it does relate to the wharf and pier repairs, and I'm wondering about the safety and the state of good repair.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, this money has been budgeted. It's in the approved capital budget, and it's to address state of good repair of those assets and maintain them in a safe manner for the public.
So are they in any danger of failing?
If they're neglected for, you know, a number of years, certainly. They are in a late state of their life cycle, and they are definitely due for a major retrofit.
I see. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. A question for staff about this one. This is the file that staff had budgeted at 2.7 million. Then the bids came back at 4.5 million and 6 million. And so, staff decided to recommend to do half the work for that increased price rather than trying to get lower prices. Is this the one?
John?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, this tender did come in, close under, over budget. There were only 2 bidders. Staff looked at the scope of work and rescoped it to a project that we could feel comfortable with and fit it under budget.
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a problem with that, and I have for a long time about when we try to guess these budgets and then the bids come in nowhere near the budget, and oftentimes we go ahead and spend over the budget anyway. In this case, it's almost even worse. We're spending over the budget and we're getting half the work that we had hoped to get. So this is a lose-lose, and I won't be voting in favor of this. I'll take your advice that this can last a bit longer. Perhaps in time long after COVID, this will become a priority, but I'm not going to get half the work for twice the budget today. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could just add some comments there. So yes, the repairs to wharf, the nature of the work, yes, it was very high. We will not be overspending the budget that was approved. We did have to rescope the project, but as we discussed through the capital budget deliberations, we hope that through any stimulus funding that may come down the pipe in the future, whether that be cost shared through 3 levels of government, we feel that the other piece of the project, the Alderney portion, that we can have that project ready to put forward on an application for that. So it's unfortunate that we weren't able to do the full project, but we hope that we can leverage some stimulus funding that may be coming forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, Mayor Savage. And it is unfortunate, and it's a trend with our procurement department when they're trying to budget for these things, whether it's the St. Andrews Center or Cogswell or all these other projects, paving projects. We're guessing too low, they're coming in too high, and we're not getting the work that the taxpayer deserves. So sorry, I won't be able to support this. Thank you.
And if I could just add a comment there, it's not procurement that does the estimation on these projects. It's what we would do through our capital budgeting process. So through our project management, it's not procurement that does the project estimates. Thank you.
Even worse. Thank you.
Councillor Karsten?
My mic was muted. So thanks, Mr. Mayor. So just following up on Councillor Whitman, help me understand. We're not getting what we should for what we're paying?
Mr. Mayor,
so we're paying more for what we're getting than we really are? Like,
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So the history on this tender is that it closed over budget, over what was estimated.
I recall that.
This work with wharfs is very specialized, tricky work. It's not something that's done routinely where we have a good history of tender results. It's very dependent on things like weather, on things like tides.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, John. I really am sorry because I do get that part. I guess what I'm driving at is the statement was made that the taxpayer is not getting what they're paying, the value of what they're paying for. Is that accurate or is that inaccurate?
That is inaccurate.
Absolutely, and that's, you know, I worded it probably the wrong way, and I was going to just be facetious here, but we can't allow statements like that to stay in public record. That is absolutely wrong. It gives a total misunderstanding of what the reality of the situation is. Yes, there is more work that needed to be done, but the work that is being done through this tender is exactly value for what the market demands. You can't then say that the taxpayer isn't getting value for the money. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol?
Yes.
Councillor Austin?
In favor?
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
Very much for the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
Very much opposed.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
For the motion.
Councillor Oudhay?
Yes.
And Mayor Savage?
For the motion, so that motion carries. Councillor Mason, I understand just before we go to break, you wanted to make a slight correction?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So apparently I misspoke when I presented the petition. I said 132 signatures on the online where it's actually 1,032. I just wanted to correct that for the record and ask the clerks to make sure that the minutes reflect that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Colleagues, I think what we'll do is we'll take a break. It is 3:10. We'll come back at 3:25. Okay, 15 minutes?
Agreed.
Councillor Nicol, if you're with us, you're with us. If you're not, we know where you are. Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, just an update for you. It's Laura. We're still waiting for 3 members of council to rejoin, Mancini, Mason, and Nickel.
Okay. Well, as it's 2 minutes past the appointed hour, Laura, shall we go?
Yes, sir. We'll send you live. Okay, friends, we'll move on to 9.1.6, which is Halifax 2050, acting on climate together. I have one person who's asked to speak on it. Is there anybody who particularly wants to? Is Councillor Mancini with us?
Is there a staff presentation, Mr. Mayor?
There is, yeah. We have Shannon Miedema, and also I think Peter Duncan. So we can do the presentation, I guess, and then Peter and Shannon, I guess you guys are here with us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are.
Okay, well, why don't we do that, and then we'll have the motion on the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Peter Duncan, Manager of Infrastructure Planning, and I'm joined by Shannon Miedema, Program Manager of Energy and Environment. In a few moments, I'll ask Shannon to introduce her team and then give us a quick overview of Halifax 2050. Mr. Mayor, shortly after Shannon gave the interim update to Council back in January, you described responding to climate change as transformative, forward-looking, and is something that would need to be heavily leveraged. These words, Mr. Mayor, were certainly impactful for staff at the time and are maybe more meaningful now, given the state that we find ourselves in. And you will hear from Shannon in a few moments how, in order to be successful, means nothing less than changing how we live and how we consume energy. Halifax 2050 has been a priority for planning and development, and the main focus for Shannon and her team for the better part of 2 years now. And she has involved hundreds of stakeholders, both internally and externally. And with that having been said, I will ask Shannon to lead you through the presentation, and after which staff will be available to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Shannon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Savage and members of Regional Council, and good afternoon. Like Peter said, my name is Shannon Miedema, and I am the Manager of Energy and Environment for HRM. I'd like to acknowledge that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. I am so very pleased to be here today to present Halifax 2050, Acting on Climate Together, the municipality's long-term action plan to reduce emissions and help communities adapt to a changing climate. Halifax 2050 is our proposed response to address the climate crisis, to stimulate our economy, create new jobs, and build a more resilient future for everyone. This is a much anticipated plan by many, but before I dive in, I'd like to take a moment to thank the many people that have contributed to its creation. Firstly, my fantastic team at Energy and Environment, Taylor Owen and Kevin Boutlier, along with Taylor's predecessor, Alex McDonald, have been instrumental to this work. Shiloh Gempton and Brian Mapanga have provided support throughout, along with the rest of my A team. I'd also like to thank and recognize SSG, our climate consultants. Yul Herbert from SSG is on the line with us today. Thanks also to New Leaf for helping facilitate our consultations, and to artist Emma Fitzgerald, whose beautiful drawings we've seen throughout our climate plan. I'm also so grateful for the participation and support of my colleagues at HRM, key stakeholders, and to members of the public for their collaboration and continued commitment to addressing climate change. Next slide, please. Halifax 2050 is both a climate mitigation and an adaptation plan. Climate change is about so much more than science and our natural environment. It's about people and communities, economies, and systems. This plan provides a pathway to transition us to a low carbon economy, but it has to be done fairly with a lens of equity and inclusion. Building up the resilience of our communities and infrastructure will ensure that we're better prepared for future climate impacts. Next slide, please. The real take-home message that we've said before Council earlier is that urgent and transformative action is really needed. We know that our climate is changing. We have already experienced climate changes and will continue to do so. Things like higher temperatures and increases in precipitation, storms, floods, wildfires. We're going to continue to experience sea level rise and decreased snowpack, unpredictable runoff, and increases in invasive species, and so on. And so time is really of the essence. We're at a pivotal moment in human history where we have about 10 years as a society to figure out how to get this right and successfully address the climate change. We've been talking about climate change for literally decades. And, you know, if it were an easy fix, I think as humans, we probably would have figured it out by now. It's not. It is multifaceted, and the solutions challenge the fundamentals of our very society, our economy, and our relationship with nature. We need to rethink our major systems. For example, how we make and produce energy, how we plan our communities, how we protect our land and ecosystems, how we build and rebuild, and how we move people and goods. The targets and the timelines in the plan, as you'll probably have noted, are very ambitious and really unprecedented. They demonstrate what's possible despite existing constraints, such as legislative barriers or financial constraints. This level of ambition is needed if we're to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, our ultimate target. But we can succeed through collective action. This plan is not only for the municipal government to implement, but for all of our stakeholders and communities. With this plan, we join other major cities around the world in a commitment to rapid decarbonization. Next slide, please. As we've discussed before in front of Council, we've done extensive consultation across sectors and communities to inform this climate plan, the details of which are included as an attachment to the report that you have. And because it's so important that we continue the work with our partners and stakeholders to implement the plan, we asked for letters of commitment from them and received quite a number of them, and they're in an attachment to your report as well. Next slide, please. So just a reminder that in 2018, the world's leading scientific body on climate change released a report stating that the risks of climate change can be substantially reduced if we limit our warming to 1.5 degrees below pre-industrial levels. If the world continues at current levels, we're going to breach that in just 10 short years. And following closely after that, in 2019, you as Regional Council declared a climate emergency for Halifax, and we're one of the first cities to do so. The energy and emissions model that SSG created for Halifax is based on the science, and it meets the needs of the Climate Emergency Declaration. This wedge diagram shows that a net zero by 2050 target is possible, and it suggests the pathway to take us there. The graph starts at the year 2016, which was our baseline year for quantifying community-wide emissions. The business as usual scenario runs along the top of the graph, and it assumes that we won't do anything outside of what we've already committed to. For example, bringing the Muskrat Falls hydroelectric project online and some slight increases in fuel efficiency standards in vehicles. You can see that the emissions will decrease under this business as usual scenario by about 33% by 2050. But if we keep to just business as usual, we're going to use up all of our allotted emissions, our bank account or our carbon budget in 8 years from now. And this scenario really isn't unique to Halifax, as it's similar to other cities that have high emissions intensity and a high GDP. This is why the plan calls for a 75% reduction by 2030, and a 95% reduction is achievable by 2050 with the need to offset the remaining emissions. It's important to note that all of the actions in this model are integrated and can influence one another. All actions need to be implemented in order to follow the pathway. For example, we need to reduce energy demand in our existing buildings while also fuel switching to cleaner sources and adding in renewable energy systems. You can see on the diagram that the single biggest impact we have is with our existing building stock and reducing emissions there. It's represented by the red wedges in the graph, and then followed by other large impacts such as renewable energy generation, net zero new buildings, and electrifying transportation. Next slide, please. And now for the exciting part. You probably have heard everything that I just said already before, but this is the new part. So this is the action plan, the actions that we can take collectively as a community to achieve our goals from now until 2050. And the plan details 46 actions that are grouped by 3 main themes. Decarbonized and resilient infrastructure includes actions for things like efficient buildings, renewable energy, critical infrastructure, protecting our ecosystems, and much more. The second theme is prepared and connected communities, which includes things like emergency management and preparedness, community capacity, food security, and business and economy. And the third theme is governance and leadership, which focuses on integrating climate thinking into our municipal decision-making processes and governance, capacity for action, monitoring and reporting, and carbon accounting. Next slide, please. So the level of effort and the timelines are ambitious, and we're going to need to mobilize our resources to support the implementation, allocating responsibilities across our full organization, and in many cases, coordinating with partner organizations and other levels of government. But to begin, we propose to focus on 7 priority actions that will drive deep emissions reductions and help us better prepare communities and infrastructure for climate impacts. These actions are detailed in the Council recommendation report, and they include reimagining our successful Solar City program to create a deep energy retrofit program that includes renewable energy and climate resilience considerations for all existing buildings across the municipality. Developing a detailed and costed plan to retrofit all municipally owned buildings to be net zero and climate prepared over the next 10 years. Developing and implementing an electric vehicle strategy and electrifying fleet and transit. Working with partners to develop net zero standards for all new buildings within the municipality. Creating a framework for assessing and protecting critical infrastructure, which includes risk and vulnerability assessments. Building capacity for adaptation to climate in several areas, including ecosystem protection, emergency management, and food security. And finally, creating a financing strategy to figure out how to fund all of this and to operationalize the plan over 30 years. Next slide, please. Halifax's proposed leadership role includes a target of net zero municipal operations by 2030. This will require an integration of climate thinking into all of our work and decisions. Actions to achieve this goal include some of those priority actions I just mentioned, namely the retrofitting of existing buildings, net zero new buildings, and electrification of fleet. But other actions that are important for this goal also include developing a waste strategy, generating renewable electricity, and purchasing local zero carbon electricity. Next slide. So this is obviously a lot of work for those of you that have read the full plan, and you may be wondering about the costs. The good news is that a low carbon future is actually a lower cost future. As part of the technical emissions modeling that SSG did for us, they did a high level economic model of community-wide capital and operating costs for households, businesses, and the municipality. The financial analysis is linked in time and space to the actions in the model, so it allows costs to be tracked as those actions are implemented out to 2050. And we really can't talk about cost without talking about savings. As a package, the investment is more than offset by the cost savings, resulting in a net total benefit of $22 billion with a financial return beginning around 2030. The savings that are a result of significant avoided energy costs, avoided operations and maintenance costs, avoided carbon pricing costs, and increased revenue from energy generation. I have to note, obviously, that this plan was developed and drafted before COVID-19, a virus that's created a new reality for everybody. And so we're delaying and ask for additional staff and resources as the municipality continues to react and adjust to the changing financial circumstances caused by this global pandemic. And we're already working hard in many of the action areas. The issue is really the scale of change that's required and the short time frame that it's required in. But that being said, the pandemic has highlighted some of what we truly value: personal connections, connections with nature. We're presented with an opportunity to do things differently as we begin to recover and adjust to our new reality. And organizations and governments around the world are already making statements and commitments towards a green transition. Stimulus funding, much of which we expect will be green in nature and focused on climate action, can be used to support scaling up renewable energy, retrofit programs, resilient infrastructure, and more. We've embedded resiliency and climate objectives into Halifax's economic recovery strategy recently, and we're well positioned to apply for new funding opportunities as they arise. Halifax 2050 can be considered kind of like an investment plan for the future. We just need to figure out how to unlock the investment opportunities in the various sectors, because a lot of this work ultimately does pay for itself. Next slide, please. Climate action also provides a social opportunity, as much of the work will benefit our residents. Everything we do to reduce energy poverty and risk to climate impacts will improve lives, especially of those most vulnerable to these impacts. And we know that if we focus on our climate vulnerable populations, we're focusing largely on communities that are currently facing inequities. Strong connected communities promote health and well-being and a sense of belonging, and reduced energy costs result in savings that can be used elsewhere. Acting now on climate change will reduce the burden on future generations, and we've heard from our youth. Our ability to make difficult decisions now to respond to the climate emergency is only going to help those that follow. Next slide, please. This plan is a pathway to a resilient and a low carbon community, and we know there's going to be a lot of twists and bumps throughout our journey as science progresses, as new technologies and innovations come online, as economies transform, and as our society evolves. However, the time to act is now if we're to collectively and meaningfully tackle the climate crisis. And I think it's clear that the real work is just beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shannon. And Peter, that's it for you too?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's it for me as well.
Thank you very much. Well, I may speak to it later, but I just want to say that this is a very big and significant piece of work, and your efforts are much appreciated. So it's amazing. So I am going to ask, it's kind of like a book, so I'm going to go to the guy that writes those things to put the motion on the floor and lead us off. Councillor Zarowski.
Your Worship, it is my distinct and absolutely, I'm almost euphorious at the work that has come out. So I'll begin with the motion and then I will move on. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, authorize the direction contained in the Halifax 2050 Acting on Climate Together plan as contained in attachment A of the staff report dated May 4th, 2020. Number 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to carry out the actions contained in Halifax 2050 Acting on Climate Together plan as part of the multi-year budgeting and business planning process, including establishing a target of net zero municipal operations by the year 2030. Direct the Chief Administrative, number 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prioritize efforts in the following critical core areas. A, develop new energy retrofit and renewable energy program. B, develop a detailed and costed plan for retrofitting existing municipal buildings to be net zero ready and climate resilient. C, develop an electric vehicle strategy, increase charging infrastructure and replace fleet vehicles with electric vehicles. D, explore opportunities to require net zero standards for new buildings in the municipality. E, develop a framework for assessing and protecting critical infrastructure. F, support communities for climate adaptation and climate-related emergencies. And G, develop a financing strategy to operationalize the Halifax 2050 plan over 30 years. Number 4, accept in principle the need to resource the plan and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to return to Regional Council with a resource plan at the appropriate time when the municipality is in a more financially stable position. And 5, request that the Chief Administrative Officer provide annual progress reports on the implementation of Halifax 2050 Acting on Climate Together plan to the Regional Council through Environment and Sustainability Standing Committee. I so move.
Second. Carlson.
9 seconds.
I am daunted by the amount of work that you have done. So I would like to thank Peter, Shannon, your team, the CAO, our staff, and of course, council for having initiated this momentous project. And I think that when we look back on things in years to come, we will be able to say we drew a line in the sand and we are now acting on climate change. It is such an understatement for me to say in just a few minutes all the work that you have done. And in the middle of the COVID crisis, putting all of this together. So my profound thanks for that. And I look forward to being able to watch the implementation of this, this project. Now, I do have a request. I would like to vote on each of the 4 items separately, if I may, Mr. Mayor, request that. And I have a number of questions. My principal question is going back into the original motion and looking at it, and I'm buried in paper here and notes. I read the entire document, and it is wonderful. It is a great document. However, it doesn't quite line up with the requests. We did 2 specific requests to investigate a municipal climate change directorate as well. Part of this is in the implementation of something as wide-reaching as this climate change plan is, the entire climate change plan needs to be elevated, in my humble opinion, to a position where all other portions of HRM consult too. We of course saw that in the previous motion when we were talking about the new bins that we were talking about, and the idea of where does that fit in the mitigation of climate change when we use additional resources, money, and all of that kind of thing to go in to make a few bins. Does that really help us out? And so we've noted a number of times the creation of a climate directorate, which would report directly to the CAO, and I noticed that's not there. So that's my number 1 question. I really would like to see that. Number 2 is the establishment of a climate equity working group to provide guidance. As in all things, our city works on operations for the most part. We're busy running the city and implementing those operations which run the city. And the purpose of the original motion was to create a group that would help us head things off at the pass before they become a crisis, so that we would know those things. So I would ask that we again visit that. And the part that concerns me in the motion is that I read, and I'll go back to my next piece of paper here, getting lost, is the financing. As I read the proposal, I notice that the cost of doing nothing is infinitely more than the cost of doing something. Whether we like it or not, we have to do this in order to mitigate climate change. And from what I'm seeing here, it seems as though the finances are taking a front seat in terms of our mitigation of climate change. We need more resources right now for climate change. And I think it's really incumbent upon us as council to put the money in there to head off additional money coming down the road. So I would like to know, that the urgency is there, that we put our money there because it is urgent, not because we have a need to spend the money or create another layer of bureaucracy, but in actual fact, in order to address this. So I didn't want this financing strategy to fall by the wayside because we're in the middle of a COVID crisis. And the last part of this is I noticed that you do look at the hydrogen economy as playing a role in that. And we do have a proposal coming through. So I would ask that as soon as the hydrogen paper is done with staff, that it be incorporated into the Halifax 2050 paper as an addendum. And I think that's very important.
Okay, Councillor, we're well past the time. I gave you a lot of latitude. You do have some questions there. I'm going to,
well,
Shannon or
thank
Peter.
you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully, I was hoping for longitude as well as latitude.
Well, I think you got latitude, longitude, and about 4 other tudes. So we will split the motion when the time comes.
Thank you,
Shannon
sir.
or Peter, did you want to speak to any of the things that the councillor raised?
Mr. Mayor, it's Kelly Dante. I can address a couple of them.
Kelly, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good, thank you. To respond to the councillor's questions, in terms of the request for the directorate, again, it was looked at by the CAO. This is a case of we're getting started. So I think the important thing was to get the plan adopted, understand what the actions were, and knowing where we are in our financial situation to go away and formulate a plan and figure out how to actually operate this thing. Certainly, we had the report speaks to the fact that we would ask for more resources in a better time. We're not at that better time right now. So we would come back, we would look at our organizational structure, and we would look at our resources that we have available in HRM right now, and reimagine them, which is a term we're seeing quite a bit right now, to determine how we can do that. The plan definitely has profile in HRM. It would be up to staff to implement this plan at a strategic level across all business units. So I think that speaks to your concern about the Climate and Equity Working Group. This will permeate everything that we do as a municipality and will permeate all operations. So the idea that it has profile and it has vision and direction is there. How we organize that is a matter for the administrative staff to come back and manage, and all of that gets folded into the financial picture. And once things look a little bit better, I think we'll be back in front of you with something a little bit different that provides the resourcing that is needed to implement this kind of plan.
Okay, anybody else on Councillor Zarowski's comments? Okay. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Shannon, Kelly, and everyone in HRM who's worked on this. It's momentous work. We've been fixated on the immediate crisis that is COVID-19, but we can't forget that climate change, I mean, this is the pressing issue of our times. The existential threat to human civilization and the natural systems that support all of us, I mean, it hasn't gone away. And the science behind it, it's indisputable. And it seems like, I mean, every time you turn around, the forecasts around it grow more and more ominous. The impacts are already apparent from disappearing polar ice, wildfires, hurricanes, and other storms, droughts, heat waves, shifting species range. It's all around us. And I mean, I think if we think about it in terms of our own lifetime, I think most of us can kind of think, well, yeah, the world has changed. I remember more snowy winters, skating on the lakes, not needing air conditioning in the summer, certainly not in June. And I'd never seen a cardinal in Nova Scotia. Now my backyard is full of them. And if you go down to NSP, a lot of us took in the tour of their operations center out there. And I think there was a collective gasp when they projected the wind changes that have occurred in our province. We are seeing climate change in the here and the now. It's not something that's coming at us in the future. It exists now. And we're at a crossroads as a species when the decisions we make as a whole over the next few decades are going to determine what sort of world our children and grandchildren inherit from us. We can't go back and undo the damage that we've already done from the uncontrolled release of CO2 emissions since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. But we can still change our ways and mitigate the worst of the damage. We still, right now, get to decide how bad it's going to be and how we adapt to the parts that we just can't avoid. So, HRM, we're not going to solve climate change alone. Climate change, it's the single biggest challenge humanity has ever faced in terms of the need for collective action. And looking at the scale of this problem, I mean, I get it. There's times I feel hopeless when looking at it too. It might be tempting to say, why bother? HRM isn't going to solve this. The problem is, though, if everyone were to adopt that attitude, all would definitely be lost. We have a moral duty to act. We have to pull our weight and we have to do our share on this. HRM, we've declared a climate emergency just over a year ago, and now we've got this great plan that's come before us for a response. And there's a lot of particular details we can get into, but I think this is a fantastic piece of work. I was really worried it would get watered down before it ever came to us, and I'm not seeing that. There's going to be a lot of detail to work out on specific parts of it going forward, and I think we're going to be talking about this from now for the next 15, 20 years, easy. And I think there'll be a lot of discussion on those details, but in the here and now, I don't have a whole lot in terms of the overall picture. The one concern I have, and I did prepare an amendment on this, is the same thing that Councillor Zarowski is looking at, the resourcing part. And what I would like to propose is that we amend number 4 and then have it instead accept in principle the need to resource the plan and direct the CAO to return to council with a resource plan for consideration in the 2021 budget.
Second.
Mancini seconds that.
Thank you, colleagues. And so my reason for putting that forward is because we can't, I mean, climate change is not going to wait for a convenient time for us to deal with it. How staff brings that forward to council, I mean, whether it's baked into the budget or whether it appears as a report for us to consider as a budget optional item that we put on our parking lot. But we need that information to come back to us promptly. And then if we decide that we don't want to fund it, well, then that's on us at that moment. But we can't wait on this. We don't know where our finances are going to be next year. But of all things that are pressing and urgent, this is it. We have a ticking clock, and we are not going to accomplish our goals if we do not properly resource this and have the staff that are going to put together all the change on these different areas. It's just not going to happen. So I really think this needs to come back as a budget item in the next couple of months for our 2021.
Okay, Councillor Austin, I just want to make sure we had a bunch of seconders, but I'm not sure the exact wording of the motion that you had.
Sure, I'll put it in the chat, Mr. Mayor.
So Cheryl's put something in there. Let's just make sure that, okay. Direct the CAO. Well, that's remarkably similar. Very good. Okay.
I'm fine with everything. I just want to change the timeline, and staff can bring it to us as an option in the budget.
Okay. So that's an amendment. So I'm going to ask John Traves, could that be considered as a friendly amendment if the mover accepted it, or is it in contrary to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, John Trace, Municipal Solicitor, I don't think it's contrary to the motion, but it is an amendment which would have to be voted on. It's not friendly per se. It's the staff recommendation is to return when the municipality is in a more financially stable position, and the direction that's proposed would be to return in 2021, 2022 in any event. So I think that's something you need to debate and decide if that's appropriate.
Okay, so that is the motion. It's been seconded by at least Councillor Mancini and Councillor Mason. Is there discussion on the amendment?
Can you clarify the amendment, please?
The amendment is to accept in principle the need, so it's on item number 4, accept in principle the need to resource the plan and direct the CAO to return to council with a resource plan for consideration in the 2021 budget.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Clear. I put it in the chat window, but I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Okay. On the amendment, Councillor Cleary?
Thank you, Your Worship. And if you look at the staff report on pages 2 and 3, so the first 4 paragraphs of the staff report, the section titled Climate Action During and After COVID, the words urgent, immediate, accelerated, immediate, rapid, quickly are highlighted numerous times. And so if we think about responding to this urgent global crisis that requires immediate action, that we have to accelerate our actions in order to deal with this, because we are, as most governments are, coming to this very late. If we had started this in the 60s or 70s, we would have whipped it already. But guess what? It's 2020 and we haven't dealt with it. In terms of acting quickly and effectively to address climate change, it will be, as the report suggests, difficult and disruptive. We know that because we've waited so long. But what are the benefits? Again, that last paragraph in that first section. We will all benefit from the improvements in social, environmental, economic factors critical for a safe and connected, vibrant, and healthy community. Those are our core values as a municipality. So I like Councillor Austin's amendment, because if we just say, you know what, we'll get around to it, that's what governments have been saying for decades now. Yes, COVID sucks. Yes, pandemics are awful. Yes, it's hurt our budget. But guess what? I bet you if we asked our residents and if we asked our councillors and said, look, do you want to wait 4, 5, 6 more years before you actually start tackling climate change? I suspect everyone will say, no, we need to start now. And if that means we need to cut something or we need to raise taxes, guess what? That's the price of building a society where humans can survive on this planet. So absolutely, I want to see options brought forward for the next budget cycle. We've got, what are we now? We're June. We've got probably, 6 months before we start debating our budget again. So we need to get that information back to see how much and what we can include in the very immediate future to start dealing with this. So I thank our staff, I thank my council colleagues, I thank all of the advocates and researchers and everyone who's been out there on this, and now is the time for action. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I want to build on what Councillor Austin said. I want to start by saying, you can't live by the coast and not be aware of climate change. I've said this at FCM meetings, maybe it's a little more theoretical, though not really when you have cities that are catching fire and, northern BC on fire and that kind of thing. But, we live it every day. We see it every day. What I heard staff say, and to build on what Councillor Cleary said, is we have 10 years to be mobilized, not to start mobilizing, but to finish mobilization and to have this work well underway. We've got to go, and it's going to cost money. Of course, it's going to cost money. And to that, I say, you can't. One of my favorite authors is this author. She writes science fiction, but there's a line in one of her books. Lois McMaster Bujold says, "You can't tax a wasteland." Right? I mean, that's what we're talking about. If we do not address these issues and build resiliency, build alternative power and green energy, and do our part, then what are we saving the money for? There is nothing you're saving the money for. These things have to be done. So, my concerns are similar to what I'm hearing from Councillor Zarowski. I think while this needs to be across every single business unit, we are going to need to have strong coordination. I think, to staff, what I would say is when you come back, should this motion pass, when you come back with an implementation plan and budget in 2020 for 2021-22, what I want to see in there is addressing the classic phrase that Ron Hanlon used to say all the time: if you treasure it, measure it. Right? I don't want to be like, yeah, all the divisions are going to do stuff. I want to know we have these goals. We know what the mathematical targets are that we have to hit when we have to hit them. It's all spelled out in this document. How is every business unit every year moving toward those goals, making sure that we're hitting those goals? And the other big issue, and we've seen this with electric vehicles, and we've seen it with things like the Strategic Transportation Group, is this will be a cross-departmental effort. And it's always hard for any organization to do something outside of their silos, right? So I think we're going to need, I don't know how it works. I wouldn't presume to advise the CAO, but I think that that cross-departmental group probably should report to the CAO the oversight of the cross-departmental efforts. So, you know, this is a great day, both this, I won't come back unless something new pops up, but to me, this is a great day for Halifax. This plan is the last major plan that I've been hoping to see in the last 6 or 7 years, right? Moving forward together, the bus rapid transit plan, pre-network plan, the center plan, and Halifax. These are all huge things that set us up for generational change in the city that I think are really, really exciting. So I strongly support the amendment. We need to find out what it's going to cost, and we need to be prepared to spend the money. We got to find a way to do it. We cannot wait. It only gets more expensive and then moves very quickly into impossible, and it's too late. So I support the amendment. I thank Councillor Austin for bringing it forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks staff for all your work.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski on the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Councillor Mason, for stealing my thunder. That is exactly where I wanted to go to. And I guess it comes down to a battle between qualitative and quantitative. We are now in the position where we've got to stop with the qualitative conversation saying that we're going to do something when we have the resources, we're going to do something down the road. Right now, we've got to attach numbers to it, and I would urge that this is, as Councillor Cleary pointed out, you can't read a single page of this document of the 300 some odd pages without seeing the word critical, immediate, urgent. All of this stuff needs to be done. So I would ask Council to accept the motion that Councillor Austin has put on the table, and my more eloquent colleagues who are able to speak to these issues in a much more equitable fashion than I am. I really appreciate that you have the insight to push this forward in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith on the amendment or the main motion?
On the amendment.
Go ahead, sir.
So really quickly, thank you, Councillor Austin, for bringing this forward, because that was one of the biggest pieces when reading through this was we heard, and Councillor Cleary mentioned it, we heard the urgency, but we didn't see it reflected in moving forward. So, I will support this and really commend everyone, staff and the stakeholders involved on this work, because I know it was a huge undertaking. We've been asking for it for a long time, and I truly support that. I have a comment that on the main motion, and I'm wondering, it's really fast. Should I just ask it now, or should I wait?
You get the floor now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So really quickly, in the report, it talks about the monitoring and reporting, and it kind of breaks it down. It breaks it down really great. My question is, what will be put to the public when it comes to a really easy to digest version? So, reading this, there's a lot of numbers. I have no idea. I had to do a lot of Googling on to understand what some of these numbers in measurables and all these other things I can't figure out the words for at the time, because I didn't understand. But there's much of it that I didn't think it's important. But what will we be doing as a communications piece? So really just making information now that it's hopefully it gets passed in the public eyes of how are we moving forward, because there's been pieces as we went when we're gathering feedback and having the meetings and trying to get engagement from residents. But with the report being complete, what will be the communication for folks who just want to get a really executive summary or easy to read version of what this plan is?
I think that there's an executive summary that's only 221 pages,
Right.
which we consider. Shannon or Peter or Jerry? Shannon?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, thanks for that question. We've actually been working hard on our communications plan if this plan should be adopted. So we're kind of, we did a little bit of work to be ready on the other side of today. And so we've been focusing on our web pages and trying to come up with like some bite-sized key messages. We're going to do more follow-up surveys. We're also planning a virtual live streamed launch party if we get the good news that the plan's approved for sometime in the fall to really re-engage with the public generally, because it's been a little bit of time since we were out there in person doing the engagement on the development of the plan. So we really need to make sure we're keeping our momentum in that way. And we're also going to be meeting with our large stakeholder group virtually on a few sessions, probably between now and mid-July.
That's great to hear. And when you have that party, make sure Councillor Zarowski doesn't get an invite, because everyone might not wake up the next day, because I know he likes to party hard when it comes to the environment. But other than that, thank you for the work, and I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, folks. Councillor Russell on the amendment?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm looking at the time frame, the 2021 and 22 budget, and wondering about how long it might take for this report to come back. We have just gone through a difficult time with redoing the budget, and I don't want to focus squarely on the money, but we have already not received as much money as we would have expected from the initial wave of the virus hitting us, and we are expecting October to be bad as well. I want to make sure that this happens, and I'm not looking to defer this. I just want to make sure that there are more options available than 2021-22. So what I'm very concerned about is that because of the hardships that we are looking ahead to, I don't think, we've used the metaphor in the past, we are in the middle of a rainy day. I don't think we are. I think we are looking at impending clouds, and I think the rainy day is going to come soon. We've seen a number of major retailers, a number of major businesses close. Reitman's is one of them. Hertz is another one. Hertz is no longer. And I think we're going to see more of that, both in the large scale and the small scale. And I think our finances, what we need to borrow, the money that we need to spend from reserves, and the tax rate are going to have to go up significantly in order for us to be able to cover the operations. And I absolutely agree that what we're looking at here is beneficial and needs to be done. I want to make sure that we have more options available. And I'm not sure how to phrase that with this. So if we could have it for the 2021 budget or the 2022-23 budget, again, I'm not sure how to phrase that, but that is in essence what I would like to see.
There isn't a specific amount of money that what's asked, I think, is to come back with a resource plan for the next budget. I mean, council can always vote against it at that time if they wish. I don't know that there's a specific answer to what you're asking, Councillor Russell, other than that we'll have to make a decision when we do the budget.
Presumably, when the resource plan comes back, there would be costing along with it.
Yes.
And it would be nice to see that costing if it happens in the 2021-22 budget, or if it happens in the 2022-23 budget. I'm not looking to defer implementation much. We are just in the middle of a crisis right now, and we are going to see it be much worse over the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, did you want to, on the amendments again?
Just very briefly, I mean, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Russell's point, I mean, we are in a crisis. We're actually in two crises at once right now, a COVID crisis and a climate crisis. And, I'm not trying to tie council's hands in any way by this. I think we just need to have the complete picture of what is needed on the climate change piece. And then we can have the argument of budget time as to what we can and we can't afford and how we might pay for it or how we might not. If council decides in 2021 that it's too rich and we need to wait another year till 2022, well, that'll be one of our usual sort of budget debates with, I'm sure, lots of passion on both sides of the argument. The point is just to set it up so that we are actually in a place to have that discussion, because the motion as it stood stands right now at the beginning before my amendment is too open-ended for me. I really want to see this come back.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else that wants to speak on the amendment, we're going to vote on the amendment. Are we ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Cheryl?
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol. Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Tony, you're sharing your screen, if I may.
I hear all together.
Councillor Mancini. Can you repeat your vote, Councillor Mancini?
I'm having difficulty now. I'm sorry, I was having difficulty with Teams. My vote is in favor of the amendment.
Councillor Mason.
In favor of the amendment.
Councillor Smith.
In favor.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Or
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski. Councillor Zarowski.
He's undecided.
He said his system has crashed, but he's for the motion.
Okay. Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outier.
For the motion.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion.
And I'm for the motion as well.
I'm for the motion as well. My system's crashed. Zarowski.
Yes.
Okay. So that's everybody's for the motion?
Yes. Councillor Hensby, we have your vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Zarowski, I assume you no longer need to split the motion when we vote? Councillor?
No, we don't. So we can just vote for the entire motion, sir.
Okay, unless somebody else requests it. Okay, great. We're back on the main motion, and I have Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and Shannon, Peter, Kelly. Oh my God, this is an incredible body of work. Thank you so much. You can tell how incredibly passionate you are about this, and you have really put your heart and soul into that. So I thank you so very much for it, and thank you one and all for voting for the amendment, because if we're gonna keep quoting folks, I believe it was Mayor Mike through Joe Biden who once said, "Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget." And I think this is a clear indication of where we want to go. Councillor Austin mentioned something earlier about climate change isn't going to wait, and that sort of leads into my first question. I like that we have the same goals as the province's Sustainable Development Goals Act of 2019, but I'm wondering, and you guys can flip a coin to see who's going to answer this, but does it concern you that our pathway forward kind of differs from the province? We may have the same goals, but our pathways are different, and I'm wondering, does that put us on a collision course with the province, meaning that, you know, we're going to end up playing the waiting game while the province creates the necessary policies and programs that will be needed to help support this? So that's my first question. My second question is, what do you see as the low-hanging fruit here? What are the things that we can accomplish easily and quickly, especially given the COVID budget restrictions? And my third question is, the report makes mention of the Sackville River floodplain, and I'm wondering if you can update me on when that report is expected. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Peter Duncan. I'm going to take a stab at answering those questions, and I'm sure Shannon's going to want to jump in afterwards. With regards to the provincial targets, I wouldn't use the phrase collision course, but we obviously do have different targets that we're going to have to work through, and as well as the province. I mean, there's many other stakeholders here, and I'll refer to Nova Scotia Power. They're coming out with their own plan this fall. So we've been working with them on that. So we're gonna have to line many different stakeholders' targets up. Low-hanging fruit, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would argue are the 7 critical core actions that are named in the staff report there. Some easier than others, none particularly easy. The Sackville River floodplain, my staff are currently working on a study now. I understand the study's complete, and we're getting ready to bring a report back to council. And frankly, if not for the COVID crisis, we probably would have had it back to you by now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini. Oh, sorry, Shannon, did you have anything else that you wanted to add on that?
Sure, if I may, Mr. Mayor, through you
Please.
to the councillor. I just wanted to give a quick answer myself as well. So with the province and their climate goals, we're actually working collaboratively with them. You know, they were unfortunately delayed. They were about to launch into their public consultation for their new climate plan that is supposed to go for voting in December. And so they're trying to reassess and shift in light of COVID. And we've been in close communication with them as they kind of redesign their engagement. And they were really actually excited to finally have our climate plan in their hands because it wasn't public until Friday. So we'll be working with them closely after today as well. We have the same 2050 target. We have a different interim target. They have 53% reduction by 2030 and ours is 75%. So it's a misalignment, but I mean, ours is based on the actual science and emissions modeling and following that 1.5 degree pathway. I'm not sure the origins of the 53% or if they're going to be doing a similar exercise as we did as a city for their provincial plan. But time will tell as we collaborate with them on that. In terms of low-hanging fruit, I think that I hate that term. I think that the time for low-hanging fruit has passed us. I think we've done a lot of the easy. We're into the super hard, multi-stakeholder, collaborative type of work. One of the pieces that's working really well for us is with our on-site energy manager, who has been saving us a lot of money year over year for the last 2 years. He's in his 3rd year now. Really happy that he's still on board despite COVID. His work has basically saved us $1.3 million annually in our operating savings, and all we've spent to date in total over those 2+ years is $2 million. So really good payback there, and we're going to keep doing that work, and he's going to be integral in figuring out our retrofits of all of our buildings and putting our renewables on our buildings. And with the floodplains, outside of the work that Peter spoke to, there is the whole rezoning of the flood zones along the Sackville and Little Sackville rivers, and that's a project that sits with a different group in planning and development under Ben Sivak, and I know that he's working to pick that back up after the kind of pause from COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Councillor Mancini?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, Mr. Mayor, very often in this job, residents will ask me about the job. They'll ask you, what are the things that surprise you? What are the things that possibly impress you of the job? And my answer is always our staff. I'm amazed on a daily basis of the quality of the work our staff, whether we're talking about parks and rec or we're talking about the topic today. And so, you know, Shannon, to you and your team for the past 2 years, you used the term, I heard it, A-team, and I think it is an A-team. And we all wish, many of us wish we would have given you double the staff, if not quadruple the staff that you have and the work you've developed. But you should be very proud and your team should be very proud of it. I have a few questions here. You know, in your report, you talk about staff and needing more staff. And I think during budget, we fought to give you some more staff in the short term. But as we progress with this, and hopefully it'll pass today when we comes back with a strategy, more of a detailed timeline strategy and the dollars associated with it. If you could talk about what the staff looks like, and Councillor Zarowski asked about a particular role too. Could you just, how many, what roles, what are those gaps that need to be filled as we progress with it? My other question is around the priority. We have the 7 action items, and I know that part of the motion states to have the CAO come back with an order of priority, but I'm trying to understand that, when I look at the 7 from a scientific perspective, is there a particular order that these should be worked on versus a financial order, which typically the CAO would look at? My third question was also the Deputy Mayor alluded to, but I wouldn't mind you expand a little further. Halifax 2050 is about HRM, but what about the province, and what about the region, and what about the country? How do if there is a misalignment, or we're not aligned as well as we should be, what does all this effort and energy do? How does that impact us? Because that does mean if there's a large gap, we should be influencing or advocating with those other orders of government and the other part of the region. And the last, why do people come to HRM? We're growing up until COVID-19. We've been, the whole country has been watching us and saying, what the heck is going on in HRM? What's going on in Halifax? We continue to grow. People come to HRM for many, many reasons. They come for our universities. They come from our geography. They come for because of our ocean. They come because of our bagpipes and lobsters. They come because of our harbor. They come because of our diversity. Well, the fact that we announced a climate emergency, and the fact we're announcing a strategy, I suspect a lot more people are going to be coming to Halifax because of that. They can say, and look at HRM. This is where I want to live. This is where I want to raise my family. This is where I want to start my business. So I'm so excited about what we have in front of us today and the work that we've done. I think your last line and your conclusion of your report, the second paragraph, was the municipality must work with a focus on cooperation, adaptive management, urgency, and equity to collectively successfully tackle the climate crisis. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. So thank you for that work. If you could answer those few questions, Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. There are some limited details in the recommendation report about the first kind of hiring of staff. Basically right now we have 2 people dedicated full-time to climate work, one on the energy, like the engineered energy side, and one on kind of the more greenhouse gas and stakeholder relationship side. Originally, before COVID, we'd been looking at a total of 9 new positions as a starting point. Our consultants recommend 30 in their report. They basically keep telling us that we need a small army to do this work. And when you look at the full plan, you can kind of understand why they would be saying that. And I do have Yul Herbert on the line from SSG. So Yul, when I'm done speaking, if you'd like to chime in, that would be great. So we were looking at, strategically, what are those first positions that we really need to move those 7 pieces forward? And the 7 pieces were based on the consultations that we did, based on really understanding the levers that we as a city kind of have to lead on some of the stickier parts that really need to get moving if we're going to see the change that we need at the rate that we need it. So we were looking at having multiple climate specialists, multiple clean energy specialists, so 4 in total for each of those instead of the 1. We were looking at 2 environmental technicians to provide research and support on all of the projects and programs, as well as a climate financing specialist to really help us in these early stages as we try and figure out the big sticky money piece. So those were the ones that we strategically were putting forward as ideas. And, we're really happy that we have the 3 new staff positions that we're able to fill beginning October 1. So we'll be putting our minds to those 3 in the immediate future. And really the positioning of it was that those 9 positions were not likely going to be all of the work that was needed. There's also an understanding that people in their current positions across the organization in the different business units are going to have to start spending some time on this unless we increase staff in those areas as well. In terms of priorities, Yul will say you have to do all of the actions all together over the 30 years. They play off each other. You can't really pick and choose which ones, or you're not actually going to be able to follow that pathway. So of course we have to prioritize and make decisions based on our current constraints. And as those constraints lift and we get more capacity, we'll be able to move more. You'll notice in the climate plan itself, we have start times for all of the 46 actions. And so we've tried to show the ones that we think are more urgently required. And they're not all by the municipality. Some of them we wouldn't even be leading, right? The 7 that we have in the rec report, we think we need to really move on as a municipal government. You asked about, stakeholders. Yeah, so if our stakeholders were to stop being in alignment with us, they all currently are aligned with the 2050 target. We all probably have different ideas on how to get there, but we will not succeed without our stakeholders. It's 100% critical that we work with our different levels of government and our utilities and our NGOs, academics, communities, everybody, if we are to succeed. And that was kind of the whole theme of the plan and why we spent so much time doing that collaboration in the early stages. And I think that's it.
Great.
Thank you. I might just ask if Yul can chime in if he's still on the line.
Yul?
I am. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I think the only thing I would add is, so Toronto undertook a similar process a few years ago called Transform TO, and at the end of it, they ended up hiring, I think, 36 people, and they basically grouped teams around each of these types of actions that are outlined as the priorities in HRM. And each of those teams is building up a program to deliver building retrofits, new building standards, district energy and renewable energy deployments and so forth. And so those teams are really what implements the project. And that's the kind of resources that will be required to get this momentum going. Just on the question of alignment, there are cities, I think of Edmonton, for example, who is not aligned with its current provincial government. It has a very aggressive climate plan similar to what HRM is contemplating, and it's infinitely harder. They're having to fight every step of the way, either finding their own pathways or working where they can with the provincial government. So it's a much bigger challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both, Shannon. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's not just on the environment that they're having that challenge in Edmonton. Bill Karsten knows well, as I know from chatting with Mayor Iveson. Okay, so thank you. Councillor Mason, are you still good, or did you want to, you good? Awesome. Councillor Bill Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, like so many have said, to the entire team. And that certainly, I'll single out Kelly, if you don't mind, and Peter, if you don't mind, I'll single out Shannon. Thank you for the work you've done. Certainly, you know, I want to be on record, number one, and I'm looking in the upper left-hand corner at Richard Zarowski, that I fully support this and endorse this. Nice smile on your face. And I guess the thing I really want to point out, as important as this is, and that's where my support lies in fully endorsing and supporting this as a way forward. And I do thank Councillor Austin in conjunction with others that spoke for bringing that to clarity about at least having next year's budget, and Council Day can discuss it. What I wanted to just mention, you know, as important as this work is, and it's rather neat to have just heard that Toronto adopted their plan a few years ago, and Edmonton as well. There are some folks in our municipality that would suggest to us that, wow, finally on June 23rd, 2020, HRM is catching on and moving on to doing environmental issues. And I just want to state to the public record that we've been doing good things, you know, and Shannon, you yourself alluded to the fact minutes ago, which was very timely as I was gathering my thoughts, that yes, this is no longer the time for low-hanging fruit, but in reality, for years now, we've been just picking off this particular piece and this particular piece, not near enough, granted. This is why this report's so important, to really focus on what we need to do for the future. But I would argue with anyone at any time of day or night that we haven't done good things in this municipality, because indeed we have. So I just wanted to say that on the public record. And I remember, in fact, talking about it at the odd time at the Environmental Standing Committee. And so that's, I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Great work, thank you. I knew just as well, just to point out, this is a number of years ago. Shannon did, in fact, go on a conference or an exchange kind of program to, I believe, the areas of Sweden, if I recall correctly, and others. And when she came back, I saw the passion that she had for this issue. And certainly this is a proud day for you as well, Shannon, I would think. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Colleagues, I'm going to just say a couple of words more generally than specific before I go back to second rounds here. You know, I found myself reading this on the weekend. I printed it out and I started going through this and highlighting the things that impressed me in the report. And I actually wore out a highlighter. I was into my second one because there's a lot in here that was, and what really impressed me was I felt pride that this is Halifax's work.
Hear, hear.
That I could take this anywhere against any mayor. I could take it to the United Nations. I could take this anywhere and proudly say, this is our plan. And so there's a lot here, but it's all good. And as a mayor, man, I got to tell you, it's makes me very, very proud to think that we get, now the hard work's ahead of us. Shannon would say that, and Peter and Kelly, but this is quite a blueprint for the municipality of Halifax. And I was asked to write a foreword for this before I actually saw the report, Shannon, and I'm going to just adjust my foreword a little bit now because I want to add a few things to it. And if Sean McKinley is listening, Sean, remind me to do that. I also want to just say, it also makes me think, Shannon, of people who've gone before in the municipality. I think of Richard McClellan, who some of you may know with the bow tie, who was a great champion of the environment and has gone on to do great things. And Julian, Julian Boyle, I think. But this is, you know, so they've helped to create a atmosphere in the city that recognizes the importance of protecting our environment and taking on climate change. But this is a huge piece of work. And as I said, you know, the work we've seen in the last year or so out of our staff is absolutely amazing, whether it's on things like transit, whether it's on active transportation. There's all kinds of examples that we could think of. But this is very impressive and very encouraging, and I think will be a great source of pride for our municipality. And I expect there'll be at least one councillor tonight who will pollute the environment with a cigar in honor of this passing, once we do in fact pass this report. So I am proud of the fact that council has asked for this, and I'm really proud of the fact that we have a staff. And I also want to, there's the cigar, and I also want to acknowledge our consultants. Shannon, SSG, correct? You know, quite often consultants get a bad name, but clearly you and the consultants work very well. Everything in this, from the art to the land acknowledgement to the recognition of vulnerable populations. Yeah, it makes me very proud. So Shannon, you've been great to work with. I used to always call Shannon up when I had to go to a conference or something and talk on the environment. She was always very accommodating. She even put up with me calling her Shannon Medema for the first year or so. And so Shannon, to you and to all of your team, I want to say thank you very, very much. Sam Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one follow-up question, and I think Shannon will know where I'm heading on this. Is there anything in there, I mean, it's not stated explicitly, regarding cooperation with the federal government, because they have that pressure in the civil service to make the federal civil service energy, net zero. And I know that there's conversation about a big renewable buy. Is that encapsulated in the plan?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Yeah, I would argue that that's part of the greening municipal operations by 2030 objective. One of those pieces in there is about purchasing green electricity, and with the province enabling that legislation, the Green Choice legislation just a month or so ago, we will be in a position to explore that as a municipal government and see if that's something that council wishes to do.
So, I mean, there's no motion attached to that or anything like that. Do you and your team have everything you would need from council to then bring something forward to us?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Yeah, that wasn't part of this plan right now because our understanding is that it's been delayed because of COVID. We've checked in a few times with the Department of Energy and Mines on this, and we're just kind of waiting to see what they end up doing and what kind of RFP might go out, and then we'd have to go through our channels with kind of a business case and see if that's something that would be put forward to council, unless council asked for a staff report in advance of that. So really, either way, we're still just kind of waiting to understand the details from the province at this point.
Okay, it doesn't sound like we need a motion then for that today. It's just it's something I'm really interested in because the prospect of greening all of our electricity usage and potentially saving money over the long term is something that's really exciting. It's a fantastic opportunity, and I just hope that we as council will get something on that. I'm always leery when I don't have a motion out there to make sure it comes back. But I'll continue following it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fleury?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very briefly, it's amazing when we sort of discuss this and we've heard about sort of the crises that we're in, sort of the pandemic crisis at the moment with the coronavirus, and of course the existential crisis of climate change at the moment. I just was doing a quick little search here and I found this. So this is from 1982, the 14th of May. This is Margaret Thatcher speaking to a Scottish Conservative Party conference. And don't forget, this was when the Brits were in the Falklands campaign. It's exciting to have a real crisis on your hands when you've spent half your political life dealing with humdrum issues like the environment. So that was 1982 Conservative leader Margaret Thatcher. And I could see Richard Zarowski's almost losing his mind there. We have come, now if folks back in the 80s, because if you remember, we were dealing with substantial environmental issues, the US, Canada, other countries. If we had done this back then, we would have been done. But you know what? I'm glad that we have this now. I'm glad we have staff like Shannon and Peter and Kelly and Jacques and all the folks who've worked on this. But I just wanted to highlight the difference a couple of decades makes and the kind of enthusiasm that we see from our staff and from this particular council. I'm very proud to be voting on this today.
All right, folks. Think of Margaret Thatcher when you cast your vote. Cheryl, take us away.
That would be 4 decades there. His math's not very good.
Okay. Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol. Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
Happily for the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Fleury.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
With all humility, for.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Oudhit.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, it passes unanimously. Colleagues, I encourage you to come off mute if you feel like applauding and have some applause. Okay. Colleagues, that brings us to, we've done the 9.1.7, we've done 1.1.8, or we've moved it ahead to the next council meeting. Under motions, Councillor Outfit. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor. I am here and I've just lost my motion. Would someone, if someone has that in front of them, could they do it for me? Sorry, I've just lost my page.
I can
had
read
it
it
electronically.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
So Councillor Outfit's motion is that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report that outlines the history and identifies possible land use options for HRM-owned lands located off Shore Drive in Bedford, a portion of PID 409-18161.
Seconded, and thank you, Sean.
I'll let you actually have them. I'll let you have them moving on that one.
Councillor Outfit, anything else on that?
No, thanks very much.
Okay, ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hansby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol. Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary. Councillor Cleary.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor
Yes.
Walker.
For the motion.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
I am for the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outhill.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Outfit and Cleary. Item 10.2, Councillor Cleary.
So thank you, Your Worship. So for this one here, our solicitor had emailed me. The motion that I have is that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to amend Section 2CA.1 of Administrative Order 17, so there's no increase in council member remuneration for the period from November 1st, 2020 to October 31st, 2021. But before anyone seconds that, a better wording, he indicated, would be the following, and I put it in the chat because council, of course, decides on our administrative orders. So he recommended that it reads Section 2CB, notwithstanding Section 2, so to add Section 2CB, notwithstanding Section 2CA, there shall be no increase November 1st, 2020 to the annual remuneration paid to council members.
Seconded.
So the reason for that motion is, as I've stated to some councillors and of course in the media now, is that our new formula, which I agree with, I like our new formula that basically it's a tide that rises all boats. If people in Nova Scotia make more money, we make more money, the exact same percentage. When the motion was passed 3 years ago, the very first raise we got was only 1%, remember 2 years ago. And then last year we got just over 4%, which we were all surprised by because we didn't think wages would go up that high. And given and we've discussed it today with all the different motions that have been put forward, you know, we're in tough fiscal times here. You know, we had to look for well, it ended up being $74 million in different savings, you know, reduced revenue, taking on more debt, putting stuff into reserve, taking stuff from reserves. It would not be fair for us or the taxpayers if we inadvertently got a raise simply because the formula, if for whatever reason, I'm not saying it would, but if for whatever reason the average industrial wages did go up even by 1% or 2, it just wouldn't be fair for us to take that raise given the kind of financial situation the municipality is in. So I'm putting this forward just so that it freezes it in November, so that our remuneration wouldn't increase, so that, you know, it just sends that message to the public and to others that we understand the difficulties people are going through and we don't want to exacerbate those difficulties. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And let me start by saying, because I do see all the pictures through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Clary, I purposely am not trying to pick on you today, okay? So please establish that. Just take my words for what they are. I'm not going to support the motion on the floor. I'll tell you why. Again, I've announced that I'm not reoffering for council, so I have absolutely no skin in the game. Do what you want to do, you know, so that folks may look at this as being a gesture or something good. I am just at a point where I cannot believe the number of times in 16 years on regional council, the number of times that I've had to sit and engage myself in a conversation about remuneration. I just simply can't believe it. We believed and we thought in our heart that we had a process that was arm's length. It was a committee. No, someone has a better idea. Someone has a better idea. And our dear former colleague, now MLA, Steve Craig, assured us, beyond a reasonable shadow of doubt, that if you go with my new formula of this and this that we have now in place as Administrative Order 17, you will never need to discuss it again because it's fair and equitable. And I said, ha, watch and see. Watch and see, but that there's not going to be some reason, sometime that somebody else brings it forward. A formula is what a formula is. It can be good, bad, or indifferent. We don't know, and Councillor Clary alluded to that. We don't know if there's going to be an increase for the new council, but let the formula work, folks. You know, wash your hands clear of this formula. It's what council agreed to finally after several times of debating and massaging it back and forth. Let the formula work. I'm going to ask if, in fact, in preparation of this motion, if staff have looked at any numbers year to date from October 2019 to where we are now in June of 2020 as to what the trend seems to be. I know Jerry Blackwell's is on the line with us. Jerry, has anybody looked at the numbers to see where we are year to date? Through you, Mr. Mayor, or if anybody can weigh in on this. I understand the optics, but folks, here we are again. Even though it's a Skype call and not Eastlink cable TV, talking about our remuneration. Leave it alone. Commit to yourself today that the formula that's in place at great direction of a lot of thought by Councillor Steve Craig, at the time Councillor, this is the one that'll work. We'll never have to touch it. Here we are less than 2 years later, and we're discussing remuneration. Good, bad, or indifferent.
Okay, I think, Jerry, I don't think you've done any work on this yet.
Mr. Mayor?
Who's that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we got Britt Wilson and Caroline Blair Smith on the line from Human Resources, but you know, to the councillor's question, this was not staff directed, and I'll ask Britt if he wants to add anything to that.
Britt Wilson, how are you?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm well. Well, my camera's turned around. Through you to the councillor, I did have a look at what the current release from Stats Canada is for Nova Scotia, and from the current data, the most recent data they have is from March to March, the change from March to March, and that data is indicating actually a 3.7% increase year over year from March to March. However, there's a lot of time between now and September for that to change, but that is what the current change is in the average industrial wage for Nova Scotia.
Councillor Karsten?
Yeah, just to follow up. So just for the public record, the months that we will look at would be from October 19 to October 20, right? So the March to March is really not relevant for over half of that, but thank you for that, Brett.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we actually look at the change from September to September.
Oh, it's September to September, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Carson. This is not going to affect me at all. Well, I guess there might be 3 days of a change in the salary, whatever that might be. Just back with what Britt was saying, if it goes September to September and the information saying up until March, there's going to be, looks like an increase. Well, March is when things hit March, April, May, and we don't know June, July, August, September, but I dare say it's not going to be all that great. And I would, if I were a betting man, I'd say that most likely the average wages would be going down. I don't think CERB pays all that much, which would keep everybody's salary up higher. People are being laid off, and that's just a reflection of the reality of our economy right now. So, as Councillor Carson said, this has been in place, and no doubt, every November 1st, we get a phone call. Do you agree with this? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with this? Do you agree with that? Every November. And it's been an arm's length thing. Now it's not becoming arm's length anymore. Let's stay independent, stay away from it. And once, this process has been established, and it's been established for a while. I know some will say, well, that's the way we've always done it. We can't change. No, that's the way we've always done it, and that's the way it was agreed upon. And again, there's no difference one way or the other to me, but I believe that you should continue on with the process, because I do think that it's going to be a decrease next year anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my 26 years on council, I've always said council should not vote on their pay.
One way or another.
Not vote on your pay. We started way back when, and we formed a committee, and they came forward with things, and we are where we are today. And there were winners and there were losers, because all of a sudden you didn't get paid for committees, you didn't get paid for outside committees. Your salary was your salary, and you couldn't change it up or down or whatever. Who got messed up in it, in my opinion? The deputy mayor, but I'll leave it at that. To me, you can be like President Trump. You don't have to take any of your salary. You can give it all back. You can give whatever part back you want to give back. But to me, we come up with this formula, and I kind of thought, here we go again. And with Councillor Craig, it's set. Just leave it alone. And it is what it is. And I've already seen in the media some of the people running for election agree with it. Well, why wouldn't you? Because it's election boy, in my opinion. And your salary is your salary. And I'll leave it at that, but I will not be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I will support the motion. I've been saying for years, the pay should be frozen per term. I believe the calculation formula should be used once every 4 years to determine what that pay is. The outgoing council should initiate that process and have it set for the new council coming in, and then freeze it once it's been determined for the full term. I'll support this motion. It's only a quarter measure. It should have been for 4 years and not just one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you know, the problem with setting up a formula that you only adjust every 4 years is then when it comes around to that 4th year, you get a very outsized adjustment. It's kind of why whether it's the power company or the water department, everyone moves forward to a system of smaller, more regular increases to avoid sticker shock. So that's not an approach I would favor. Generally, I mean, I tend to agree with most of my colleagues here that, you know, I'm not a fan of having to wade in on my own salary. In this circumstance, though, I mean, I think we find ourselves in a pretty unprecedented situation. It really, considering I mean, removing 70 million from the budget, I think you'd have to dig pretty far back to find anything comparable in terms of economic impact than that. So I think under the circumstances, it would be really inappropriate to have a wage increase, even if that's what the formula put out. So I'm going to support this. The key thing for me is that there's a time limitation on it, because what we really can't do, I mean, politically talking about your salaries, it's always kind of this lose-lose thing. What we really, it would be a mistake to get into would be the situation that our provincial MLAs find themselves in, where they froze their salaries, there was no end clause to unfreeze them, and now there's this kind of big game of political chicken between all three parties that the salaries fall further and further behind every single year, to the point that we now make more than a backbencher MLA with no committees. And that's because they are just incapable of having a mature conversation about the salary piece. So I would hate to see us set off on the same path. We have a formula. It makes sense under, you know, 99% of the time. This is that 1% time, given the crisis that we're in. So I will support this time-limited exception. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mayor. One could probably debate at great length whether we are busier than a backbench MLA with no committees, but I will take Sam's point on this, and certainly I will be supporting this. This is a recession, this is a pandemic, and I think we have to lead by example. And I think this is setting an example, and I think others non-union should follow the same example as well within our organization. What gets me, what I wanted years ago, when a couple of years ago, when Steve Craig brought this forward, I wanted it linked to CPI, because right now CPI, because of the reduction, now some things are going up like groceries and whatnot, but things like fuel came down, and CPI is very low right now. What I don't understand, and maybe Britt could or Jerry Blackwood could explain this, my understanding was that when we switched to this new formula, that we would get the average raise in the industrial sector in Nova Scotia. But what skews it, I think, is when the workforce is growing and when people are hired in at higher wages than they might have been in the past, because we were having work up till recently, you know, unemployment was low, it was competitive to get good workers and whatnot. So I don't believe for a minute that in the last year, the average Nova Scotian got a 3.7% raise. I do believe that wages may have gone up because of hiring recent graduates or bringing people into the workforce from other new jobs from other provinces, etc. Is anyone able to offer some clarity on that, Jerry or Britt or anybody?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So the data we use is the average weekly earnings for all employees would be in Nova Scotia. So while yes, volume may change that over the average, it's quite a large would be quite a large sample. So I'm not sure that it would make that much of an adjustment difference. But it's also across all industries. Sorry, that was the other thing. So this is all sectors that we're using.
So last year, well, 2 years ago, when we got 1.1%, that was the average increase. You're pretty comfortable saying across those sectors in Nova Scotia. But the subsequent year, when it was 3 point something or other, that was the average wage increase that workers saw in Nova Scotia?
Well, it was the reported average for the September to September change, as reported to Stats Canada.
That does surprise me. I would have rather have linked it to CPI, but however, that's a discussion for another day or not for another day, but I will be supporting this today. And thank you, Brett. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So just so I understand clearly the motion, and I agree with a lot of what's been said on both sides. We do seem to discuss this a lot for a topic that we decided many times we weren't going to discuss a lot. But our term is up in 4 months, and who knows what's going to happen after that. This motion speaks clearly, though, that it doesn't affect anybody during this term. The election will come. It then will go into the first, I don't know how many months that is, 9 or 10 months or whatever of the first term. I guess the first few months of the next council's term. So my understanding of the motion is it will be froze where it is today, and those members that are serving on council would receive that pay until it's back on the formula November of the following year. Is that correct, Your Worship? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think a couple of weeks ago, I said I wanted to be part of sending a signal, and we did that on a purchase that we didn't make, and I think we did it for the right reasons. So today, I am going to vote for this motion. There are a lot of people out there that need to hear a signal like this, and a small gesture on the part of council, I think, would go a long way to letting the residents know that we're all on the same side, and indeed, to use the cliche term, we all are in this together. So I think I'll support Councillor Cleary's motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage, and thank you, colleagues. Great discussion. I'm going to support Professor Cleary's motion as well. I think that it's a good sign to show folks that we are on the same page, in the same boat with them. And to critics like Russell Walker giving me the eye there, it's not just because it's election time, it's because we're doing the right thing that needs to happen. We're going to stick with the formula going forward, but for this particular one, we're going to have it frozen. So there's no downside. I don't know anyone who could be upset that we freeze our salaries. So it's an easy one for me to support. I thank Larry for bringing it. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to Councillor, possibly two of the people who've spoken before, I'll support this. And I'm very reticent to change the formula. I didn't like the one that was in play when I became mayor, and made that clear. I think the one that we came up with was a reasonable one. I could live with anything: CPI, average weekly earnings, anything. And and I don't, people come to see me when they run for office. I say two things about the salary. You should never complain about it, and you should never boast about it. It is what it is. It's just that COVID is so unusual a circumstance. We have so many people who are taking less money right now, and some are not working. Walk down the road from where I am, and there's still a lot of people who aren't doing the work that they were doing 5 or 6 months ago. And so the federal government has put a ton of money, I don't know, 300 billion perhaps, into the economy to try to keep things going. And for me, it's not the time to be taking an increase in salary. I hate to do it because I believe in sticking to a formula, but we've never seen anything like COVID, and I think it's appropriate. Councillor Karsten, did you want to go again? Did I see you back there on the board? Councillor Karsten?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So it's going to be interesting to see that the two no votes will be from definitively the two councillors that have acknowledged they're not running again. And I read something into that because, folks, look, I love you all, each and every one. But just think about what some of the comments have been. Yes, it's great to send a message, and it's great to not sending any message at all. You don't even know if there's going to be an increase. So it doesn't really, it's not saying, oh, we're going to do this concrete. We don't know. There could be no increase this year, but yet the way it's sounding now is like, wow, look at this noble thing that we're going to do. Anyway, it's what it is. And this is not new for me. This is my position. And those that know me have known this for years. I have always said, leave the formula alone. Just don't touch it. The old one, then you vote for a new one, and make no mistake, whoever's on council next term, okay, There will be a new formula again 4 years time, within the next 4 years. Make no mistake about it. So have a great day. Take care.
All right. You are sounding more and more like Councillor Walker as time goes on.
Well, it's so true.
I got the two even look alike when you walk together. Councillor Cleary, perhaps to close.
Like Statler and Waldorf.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Karsten's last point, unfortunately, we will only know what the change will be when it's too late to make the change. And so that's why I'm bringing this now, because if we don't do it before November, because as you know, November 1st is the day new councillors get sworn in. Unfortunately, the formula changes on November 1st. So you don't have a choice but to take whatever comes your way unless you change it ahead of time. I don't mind talking about her salary when it comes to discussing changes in council. Section 20 of the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter says council may make policies. We have to provide 20 sub D, sub 1, 2, and 3. We have to come up with the salary for the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the councilors. We're the ones. There's no one out there that sets it for us. We're the ones. So this is our job. If you don't like it, then don't participate or say the things you're saying. That's fine. But it is our job. We're the ones who have to do it.
No.
So when it comes to setting this, the point made earlier is, yes, it sends a message, but I don't care about the message. What I care about is the reality. Given the fact that we just had to go and find $70-odd million somewhere, it doesn't make any sense for us to spend more money when we don't need to. We got a 1% increase, we got a 4% increase, we'll get no increase. You average it all out, we're still doing okay. And so I think it's important that we do this. So that's the reason I brought it forward. And the reason I brought it forward now is because if we don't do it now, it's too late by the time we find out. So I hope you can support it, even those who said they wouldn't. I hope that may convince you, but it is our job and this is what we're paid to do. Thanks.
Okay. I think everybody's spoken who wishes to speak. We're ready for the questions, Cheryl.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Absolutely affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
Respectfully, no.
Councillor Nicol. Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
In favor?
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Against?
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Surowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outhill.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion carries with 3 dissenting votes.
That's correct.
3 dissenting votes. Okay, colleagues. That brings us to the end of our public agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. Councillor Cleary here. I neglected at the very beginning of our meeting, and I wonder if I could indulge yourself as a chair and our colleagues. Info item number 2, which I didn't realize was related to a motion I brought for a report, which came back as an info report, so it surprised me. Info item number 2, could I have the indulgence to put that on the agenda for our next meeting?
I think we can do that. Anybody opposing that? I think we can do that. Info item 2 will be brought forward for council next week.
Thank you, sir.
Or July, whatever it is. We have one item in camera. Does somebody want to move that we go in camera to discuss?
Do we want to do notices of motion first, Mr. Mayor?
Well, we have to come back out probably.
Okay. All right. I'll move that we go in camera if, well, can we move the motion without going in camera? Does anybody have anything they want to say?
John Trey, help us here.
So our motion is to convene to in camera.
Oh, I'll move that we convene to go in camera.
Second.
Second by the deputy mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we will convene. We will go in camera. So you all know how to do that? You click out of this one and you go into the in-camera room. Right, Laura?
That is
Can I
correct.
ask- Is there another phone number that I call?
Yes, Councillor Hensby, I'll send that to you right now.
Hello, Laura. We're coming back in now.
Knock, knock, knock. Let us in, Laura.
Laura, how are we doing for councillors?
We do have quorum, Mr. Mayor, so if you'd like, I can send you live.
I think maybe we'll go live, and if anybody's late joining us and they haven't noticed, they'll still have a chance. So whenever you're ready, Laura.
And you are live, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, we're back, and we're going to go to notices of motion. And I'm just going to look at the chat line. The notices of motion.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Austin. I have two. I can't type in the chat right now.
Okay, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council will be held on July 7th, 2020. I propose to move first reading of proposed bylaw C503, amending bylaw C501, respecting vending on municipal lands, the purposes of which is to add new vending locations on municipal properties for food service vehicles, artisan craftspeople, and newspaper boxes. Add 18 sites for newspaper boxes in Schedule B for delivery of flyers, and address minor housekeeping components of the bylaw relative to sites on arterial and major collector roads, and update current street names. And 2, move amendments to Administrative Order 15 respecting license, permit, and processing fees, the purpose of which is to include the ferry terminal park fee for artisans and craftspeople pursuant to bylaw C501 respecting vending on municipal land. And then my second one, Mr. Mayor, is take notice at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held on July 7th, 2020. I intend to move that Council rescind its motion of April 14th, 2020, requesting a staff report on sidewalk patio placement.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Your Worship, and take notice that at the next meeting of Regional Council, July 7th, 2020, I move that Halifax Regional Council renew the endorsement of former Mayor Peter Kelly that August 6, 2020 be declared a day of peace, and support ICANN's city appeal for the banning of all nuclear weapons. Number 2, direct the City Hall Clarion to be, Number 2, direct that the City Hall Clarion be rung 75 times as bells for peace at noon on August 6th to commemorate the tragic 75th anniversary of the atomic bombing of the Japanese cities of Nagasaki and Hiroshima by the United States of America. Number 3, allow the creation of removable chalk outlines on Grand Parade to commemorate the tens of thousands who were killed in the first and only deployment of nuclear weapons in war, and that Grand Parade be a place of gathering in a responsible social distance, silence, and 4, request the mayor on behalf of council write a letter to the federal government in support of the abolishment of nuclear weapons. And my second motion, notice of motion for July 7th, 2020 will be that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report examining the process to register the Halifax Regional Municipality as a participant for the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, COP26 Conference of Parties, which was to be held in Glasgow, Scotland on November 20th, 2020, but has been postponed because of COVID until November 2021. The staff report shall include recommendations of what is most appropriate regarding the level of participation of COP26, the number of delegates, staff, and council to be sent, the associated costs, and participation with other levels of government and NGOs attending. And I had intended to have a third motion, but I'm pending that until we receive the report on the Cornwallis statue later this summer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a note to colleagues, this is the same notice I gave last meeting, but the report wasn't done for this meeting, and because it's time bound, I have to do it again. So just for clarity, take notice that at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held July 7th, 2020, I propose to move a motion to rescind the contribution agreement terms and conditions outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated June 18th, 2018, and incorporate by reference in Part 2 of the motion passed for item 14.2.3 from December 11, 2018, meeting of the Halifax Regional Council to be able to amend the contribution agreement terms and conditions based on request from the YMCA of Greater Halifax, Dartmouth.
Thank you. Councillor Mason, would you read would you consider reading the notice from Councillor Nicol that's in the chat? Can you see that? While you're on the floor? Or
Yes, sir. No problem. Just,
this is on behalf of Councillor.
So on behalf of Councillor Nicol, take notice that at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held on July 7th, 2020, I intend to introduce a motion to adopt Administrative Order 2020-004 ADM, the purpose of which is to repeal Administrative Order 2016-005 ADM and to establish a new procurement policy for the municipality, and B, adopt Administrative Order 2020-003 ADM, the purpose of which is to establish a new surplus assets policy for the municipality.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Our next council meeting, colleagues, is on Tuesday, July 7th. And at that meeting, we will be having a presentation on anti-Black racism. I think we've confirmed who's going to do that. I think it's going to be Senator Wanda Thomas Bernard. She has asked for half an hour, and Agenda Review have been inclined to grant that. I look forward to that presentation. We also, I think, Cheryl and/or Laura will be having our first public meeting at council on that night.
Public hearing. Yes.
Public hearing at that council. And we will be determining next week whether we will be beginning at 10 o'clock or 1 o'clock for that meeting. We'll let you know in due course. The Deputy Mayor and I and others will take that. Colleagues, all in, all done? Thank you. It's a big day in the city. Halifax 2050. We should all be excited about that. Spread the word. A lot of work ahead of us, but that's a very, very nice place to be. So again, we thank our staff. Thank you, colleagues. We'll see you again.
Later.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you all.